Hi Daryl, hope you're well, mate. Can you hear me okay? Christakis, hello mate. William, hi. Mark, how are you, my man? Haven't seen you in ages. Be really good to get back together again sometime. Hello Stan, Two Rivers Observatory. Okay, just to let you know guys, the image that's on the screen at the moment is actually a single image that I took last night, and I'm about to open the roof up and get onto Andromeda and start live capturing. So we shall get on it soon. It has been hopeless. Have you not had good weather, Mark, up north there? It's been a bit all over the place, but it's definitely sorted itself out a little bit our way, but not perfect by a long shot. Okay, if you could all bear with me, I'm going to, you can see actually inside my observatory there, so we should hopefully be able to get things moving. Let's get the roof open and we'll get the scope cooled down and get everything working. Okay, let's have a look here. Stan, I'm telling Chuck. Stan's supposed to be watching Chuck's live stream. Right, roof's open. Lovely. Right, let's... I'll just get a few things working and then I will chat to you guys. Let me just see what we've got here. I've actually got my CT10 on another target. At the moment I'm taking the Phantom of the Opera mask, which is interesting. It looks like we're all struggling with clear skies nowadays. Okay. That's all working. Right, now we're going to get on the other computer. And this will be for Andromeda. Okay, so the camera's cooling down, and hopefully once I refresh my camera in there, you'll be able to keep an eye on the VX6, which is the scope nearest us, the white one on the EQ6R Pro. That's what we're going to be looking at Andromeda with tonight. The CT10 unfortunately is at, well, it's at 1200 millimeters, so it'll be way too close. 750 millimeters with the 294 should get a pretty close up view of it, as you can see from the single sub I took from the other night. Let's oh yeah, we got to push the like button, especially if you like it. The more likes I get, the more people will get to see the live capture. So what I've got the 294mm Pro set up to do is to take RGB shots of Andromeda, 60 seconds per shot, and it will live stack them in RG and B, so we should get a nice colour image. So I'll just wait for that to start going, and then what I can do is, and I'll just move me at the moment, this is Easy Live Stacker, which is in PixInsight. If I just move these two windows over, what we can do is I'll set up the actual capturing, and then what we can do is show you how you can do that. We basically set up each one for each filter, and then we can do live RGB stacking. And let's say hello to who we got here. Whole bunch. Hello. Let's have a look here. One Planet 2 stars. Hello to you too. Thank you for coming in. This is only my second live stream. My first live stream didn't quite go as planned. Unfortunately, the weather decided to come in and completely cloud out everything I was trying to do. Yeah, the flats on the 294, you do have to basically make sure they are no less than a second long. I normally try and push them for as long as I can. I'll use a really dim panel with some cloth in front or sheets of paper. Try and get the flats to 3-4 seconds, and I find that helps a lot. The 294 is a funny one when it comes to flats, but I don't always take flats. Basically, I make a real good point of keeping all my optics as clean as possible, so I don't have any dust motes, and I'm lucky. I live in a Bortle 4. I don't really get much light, well, I don't get any light pollution where I live, so flats, I'm lucky at the moment. I don't really need to do them. CG Fraser, greetings, hello there. Hi Phil. I'm in a nice bit a Peak District for work. Alas, the forecast has gone from happy to sad. Yeah, that's unfortunately one of those things. Hi Glenn, Simon here from Darlington. Nice. I hope you're getting a clear night as well. Not just me at the moment. Yeah. With just asking Christakis there, I take it you've got a 294mm. Do you struggle with your flats? Okay, the VX6 has slewed. so that's a good sign. Let's you have to bear with me, people. I've got a lot of windows open on my computer screen. I need to try and find out what's going on. Is that the one I want? I think it is. No, that's Astrobloke's Village. That's the wrong one. Let's have a look at that one. Okay, we're just doing an autofocus routine. It looks like we've got Andromeda slewed in nicely, so that's good. And I'll show you how to do a live stack. So if you've got pics in sight, you need the easy processing suite. And in there you got easy stack, and it's really good actually. You can watch your image build through the night as you're capturing. So, all right, Christakis, yeah, you do have trouble with the flats. Yeah, I had a period of that. As I say, if you find that with your flats, if you're going sub 1 second, they really don't work very well at all. So it's just about pushing them as long as you can, really, a couple of seconds or more, and you should be okay. So just give that a go. But yeah, the 294 has always suffered with flat problems, which is a bit of a shame. Okay, I'm just checking here. We've got the focus going on, and then what we'll do is we will start the live stacking. Has anybody else imaged Andromeda recently? I'll wait and see if any of you get my question. William, yeah, that's great advice. Yeah, 4 second flats. Yeah, you've got to push them. You've got to just try and make them go for longer, and then they work great. Well done. That's nice. Cool. How did your Andromeda come out, CG? Did you was you one shot color, or did you try it in mono? Oh, you guys, if you have done your Andromedas and you've posted them anywhere, you must tag me in. I'd love to see them. I like to see as many different versions of images that I can. It's really great. I love to see what different people come up with. Okay, so we look like we are centered on Andromeda. I'm just having a quick look at my Nina at the moment, and it's starting to guiding at 0.7 at the moment, so that's not too bad. Oh, it's coming down, so that's good. I think it's quite a clear night here, nice and steady as well. So because we've had some poor weather, it normally clears the air a bit. Let's have a look here. Mono LHRG posted on Cloud Magnets. I will definitely check that out. Christakis, I use the Pegasus 150 Flatmaster. Nice. Yep. You just need to try and push the length of your flats, and you'll be fine with that. I'm processing now. 533 with the Space Cat. Yeah, I've got a 533 MC myself. I've not used it a lot yet. But yeah, that'll work well with that. Unfortunately, on my VX6, it'll be way too close. Okay, we're exposing now the first sub, so I'll have a look at that in a second. I'll just quickly look here. Phil, the easy processing suite is still available. Yeah, it had actually stopped, Phil. The guy that originally bought it out, which I think was Dark Archon, and he wasn't supporting it anymore. But people loved some of the tools that are in there, so they contacted him and they took over basically running it, and so they've reintroduced it, and you can download it back into PixInsight, and all the tools work. So that is good. So let me show you. I've got the easy processing suite up now. If I get on the correct page, I will be able to show you what it does. And I've just mucked up my whole screen because I just pushed the wrong button. which is about right. So we just shrink that. We'll make that back to that size. That's good. Excuse me a second for talking to myself. It's the usual thing with all of this. Right, let's get on to the processing suite. So what you do is you start a live stack, and I'm going to go to tonight's folder, which is this folder here. And so far we've got a red and a green. So if I click on the red and say open, what it will do is it'll open the red. You can add flat frames, bias frames, dark frames if you want to. I'm just going to leave it running raw. And basically you say start watching the folder, and it comes up there and it starts watching that folder. And then if you've got them on, if it's one shot color, you can just leave it at that and it will carry on stacking. Then we've got the green. We can say open on that one, and it will show you your green sub, and we can start watching that folder. And last but not least, I'm just going to wait for the blue to come in. So you just basically go to the folder that you've got your acquisition software sending the pictures. So mine go to, from Nina, just go to a file, an image file, and then once you've got them, and I'm not getting the, just checking what's coming up here. Let me just see where the, right, the blue one's just about to land. There's the blue. So if I say now open, and then start watching folder, we've now got the 3 folders, and what we can do is we can go to live RGB stack, and you've got your red, green, blue, and we just literally say that's your red folder, assign your greens, assign the blues, and then you just press RGB stacking. And what it will do now is it will automatically stack all the 3 channels and make a coloured image. Okay, now I do seem to have a dark line down this side, and I am not sure. I noticed it last night and I haven't had a chance today, apologies, but it could be a bit of collimation with the, or a bit of tilt with the camera on the VX6, so that might be something I'll have to go back and have a look at. Yeah, so I did a bit of rotation with the camera and a few other things, and I think I may have just moved it in the focus tube a little bit, but that'll be okay. I'll have a look at that later and we'll be able to fix that. Easy pressure is still available for I had 50 Chris. Yeah, the easy stretch was good, and that do you know what, Phil? I find GHS good, but quite tricky. I don't know if you have followed him, Frank Setti. He's called Setti Astro, and he's done a set of scripts now for PixInsight, and he's got this thing called statistical stretch, and I must say it's really good. I like it a lot. He's brought out some really good tools. He's brought out quite a lot of tools, but some of the ones he's brought out are absolutely fantastic. He's a mathematician. He really does seem to know his stuff, and he's almost made a lot of the processing points like one click, a bit like Russ Croman's Exterminator tools. So yeah, for quick processing, really useful, really useful. Okay, so look, we have Andromeda, not looking too bad. So we're taking 60-second subs. I'm gonna, oops, not move that one. I'm gonna move my face and put me over here, and I'll get the scopes back up. I've got a Ring camera in my observatory, and it's excellent, works really well, but annoyingly, I don't know why, but you have it live and then it just says, I'm not going to stay connected, and disconnects, which is annoying, but we'll just keep reconnecting it if I see it disconnect. Big nose. Excellent. Hi, Simon. Evening. Glad you got a clear sky tonight. Yeah, for once. I didn't last time. I couldn't believe I was doing a live stream with a black screen. It was very, very embarrassing. Yeah, tonight I can actually see some stars. It's lovely out there. So, yeah, all good. All good. Did you... also, people were asking you about campsites, weren't they, on the Brecon Beacons? Did you find some good ones? So we've got a little bit of colour there with the Andromeda, which is nice. I'm going to bring it over so we don't see that horrible black bit I've put on the screen. It's terrible. So what you can do also, once you're doing this stack, you can look at each of the filters. So that's the red filter stack, the green filter stack, which has got a bit more data, looks like a bit more detail in it, and the blue filter stack, and then obviously you've got the RGB stack, and it should bring in some colour. So the colour should actually build as we add more in. Astrocamp. That's definitely not one I've done. There's a load of people at Kelling at the moment, and I did want to go. I've been crazy busy at home. We recently, well, when I say recently, literally last week, the cottage was rendered with our neighbours. Looks absolutely lovely, but we had to get all the scaffolding down. There's been a lot of clearing up and snagging to do. I've cleaned all of the UPVC on the whole house, which has taken me quite a few days. There's been a bit of painting. We've had our bathroom completely ripped out and is kindly being worked on by Simon Wallace of Simon's Astro, and he's doing an absolutely fantastic job. He's been tiling it for the last few days, and hopefully next week that will be back to back in operation, which will be nice. Let's have a look. Portal 3, oh lovely. Portal 3 is nice. How many pictures? We can even get some info on magnets on Facebook. That would be fantastic. Yeah, 7 hours. That's a long old drive. That's yeah, quite a long way. It's not far from me at all, and I've got a couple of good friends there this week, and I really did want to go, but unfortunately too much going on at home. I just couldn't do it, and yeah, there's still loads more to do. Hello Titch, how are you, my man? Oh, Titch is at Kelling, and he's on Andromeda. Fantastic, mate. You'll have to ping me any images you've managed to put together. Hopefully you're getting some clear skies, because I know the weather's been a bit rough this week. Yeah, the continuum extraction on M31. I didn't actually use that on the data I had. I should have done. But yeah, I might go back and have a reprocess of that. Hello, Nugsy. Good to see you, my man. Hope you're keeping well. Are you imaging tonight? You can all see I've got a new webcam. It's actually not a webcam. It's my DJI Osmo Pocket 3, which I do all my videos on now. moved from a GoPro to this because it's much better for vlogging. But it's got a great feature of face tracking, so no matter where I go, it'll follow me. Well, to a degree. If I start dancing, it'll lose me. So Andromeda's slowly developing, and as we go, it'll get stronger and stronger, and hopefully we will have a really nice image of it. That's red, green, and blue. What we want to do is hopefully, as we build it, is we'll get a really nice dust lanes showing. Ah, you managed to get 5 hours on that titch. Nice, that's good. Well, I'm really glad you're getting something, because obviously when you go to a camp for Astro, that's the only problem in the UK. It's always a little bit of a risk, or always a worry. Hello, Bill. How are you? Oh, you've got yeah. I'll tell you what. It's the first time I've used it as a webcam, and it's really nice actually. I really like it. I was going to look at what was it? The Ozbot, I think it's called, which is a tracking one, but they're really expensive, and that's all they do. So I'm really glad that the DJI actually doubles up as this. It's excellent. You just got to plug it in and away it goes. So I think it's brilliant. Daryl, thank you very much. You chucking money at me. You don't need to do that. That's to see the dancing, right? Okay, I'll do a refund. I'm an old dad. You don't want to see a dad dance. You really don't. Yeah, that's good idea, Titch. Yeah, nice little breakaway, and get there. I know. You said in a recent message that you've been having lots of problems with your Newtonium. We'll have to touch base, mate, see if there's anything I can do to help you. I love newts. As you can see, I've got 2 in my obsy there, firing away. But yeah, when they're not working, it can be very frustrating. So Andromeda's building quite nicely. It's slowly getting its colour. Let's have a look. I'm going to have a look at the folder that it's looking at and see what we've got so far. Now it's taking 60 second subs. It's basically, yeah, it's just got 4 red, 3 green and 3 blue at the moment. So, yeah, we're early in. We got a while to go yet. We need to build it up, get some data going. DP John, good evening, sir. It's going well tonight. We can actually see a target, which is really good. I'm really happy. Last time I did a live stream, I just had a black screen in front of me. So I feel like at least this time I'm actually sharing something, which is nice. It's a shame that the Ring doorbell or the Ring camera doesn't show the stars, because it's a lovely sky up there. Maybe that's something I can think of in the future, a much better camera that will show the sky as well as the gear in the observatory. Let's have a look. Nugsy, you've got wind and rain. That's mean, man. Mind you, we've had a lot of that recently, so maybe it passed us and went your way. Not so. Oh, you're in Brighton. Very cloudy. Yeah, it gets like that sometimes. I was in Brighton actually a little while ago, helping my daughter move out. They've moved to Barcelona, and we're off to visit them in a week's time. So that would be really cool. I'm looking forward to that a lot. She's gone out there with her partner, and they're both working in Barcelona, and I hope to stay there. Well, hopefully for as long as possible, but unfortunately it's all on visas now, so they might be limited. But hopefully they'll get at least a year there, because it looks like they're having a lot of fun, so that'll be cool. Yeah, it's quite surprising, the detail. Mind you, the VX6, this is the an Orion Optics UK scope, but it's one of their cheaper ones. It was about, I think, all in with the rings, it was about £430, the scope. But the mirror that's on it came back with a 99.7 Strel rating. And it's an extremely sharp mirror, I must say. It really does take fine detail. And I recently took a really good image of the Wizard Nebula, and it's the best Wizard Nebula I've ever taken, and it's got some really lovely fine detail on it. I was really happy with it. So yeah, it's a good scope. It wasn't great when it arrived, but it wasn't. I think it had travelled badly. Collimation was in a terrible condition, and it took quite a bit of work to get it right. When I first used it, I had triangles, not stars, which was a shame. What we got? Debo Web. Evening all. Hello. Welcome. Thank you for joining. And Don Andre from Germany. Oh, no clear skies for weeks. Oh, that's a real shame. That is a real shame. Yeah, I mean, I know how that feels. We've had some real problems with clear skies. 1 minute we've got them, the next minute we've lost them. Thanks, Daryl. Yep, spotted that. It keeps going. I'll have to keep refreshing it and keep it alive, otherwise you won't be able to see the scopes. Not that they're that exciting to watch, to be fair. They're just on their targets, plodding away now. Let me... I wonder if you would want to see... Let's just get up. My CT10 is on an interesting target. It's SH2173. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll write it here. Is it 173? It is 173, and it's the Phantom of the Opera mask. It's quite an interesting target. I sort of stumbled upon it, and I've started taking some images. I'll just see. I don't know. I most people will muck this up, so bear with me, because this OSB that I'm using for the stack is quite difficult. Oh, it looks like I got it to work. Okay, let's have a look. Yeah, I'll show you here. That's the HA sub of the Phantom of the Opera mask. So it's not the brightest of objects, and you need quite a lot of data, but I will give that a real good go. Everything's going nice there though. The EQ8 is guiding well. What are we at? 0.47, so that's nice. And I'm on SHO, just basically narrowband on a 2600mm on the CT10. So I'll keep on that, and hopefully get a nice image, I'll be sharing that soon. I've got a couple of nights on it now, so I'll start editing that soon. Right, Andromeda's looking nice. Let's have a look here. I've almost got the tilt sorted in the nuke lens. Thanks for buying yet another focuser, but yeah, don't worry too much about the mirror, Titch. You'll be surprised actually. If you looked at my CT10 mirror, I clean it maybe once at the moment, once every other year. And it looks pretty bad, you know. Sometimes I look at it and think, crikey, you know, it looks filthy, but to be honest with you, mate, it doesn't really make any difference. It's got to be really bad before it affects the images, so don't worry too much about that. It's a shame that you were getting tilt. Is it a Skywatcher scope? I think you said it was. Class has very class. I hope I'm saying your name correctly. I will apologise if I'm not. Very clear sky here in Netherlands, shooting M33 myself now. Lovely. That is fantastic. Yep, Don. Yeah, I actually mentioned that to Phil earlier. Yes, it had been discontinued. Dark Archon wasn't supporting it anymore. But there was a group of people on PixInsight that really liked the tools, and they got all of the access to all of the files, and they keep it going. So it is available again. You can download it onto PixInsight, and all of the tools are available. So yeah, well worth putting back on. I know some people really like the tools on that. So it was brought back from the dead. So yep, if you like it, download it. I think it's exactly the same repository. I don't think anything was changed. Unfortunately, because I've got the suite up, I think if I try and look, it's gonna close it down. But what I'll do, I'll just in case any of you have any problems, I'll look up the repository address and make sure it's in the comments afterwards, so that if you have trouble finding it, you can find it. I don't think they updated the address. I think it's still the same address it always was, so you should be okay there. I quite liked it zoomed in actually. It looks quite nice, doesn't it? So if you could all help me immensely by just clicking the like button, that really would help me push this video out, let other people know it's up and running, and I'd really appreciate that. That'd be really good. And if you do, thank you very much. Oh, I've got another one. Another like. That's very kind. Thank you. Yeah, always helps with YouTube. YouTube's a funny beast. What it likes and what it wants to post out to other people. You just do what you can to always hopefully get it going. Yeah. I reckon there is someone imaging us now. Maybe they're doing it like we used to, you know, drawing it. You don't know. We always assume, don't we, that other life beings are going to be more advanced, but they might not be. We might be more advanced than anyone else. Unlikely, but you never know. I do believe when you look at all of the galaxies that are out there, especially if you look at that deep field picture that was done by Hubble, showing all of the galaxies on that little sort of grain of sand area they looked at, the darkest area on the sky, and you see just millions of galaxies. You just got to wonder there's got to be life out there somewhere else. I think there is. What amazes me though is you think of the distance that Andromeda is from us, and then we're here, we look at our Milky Way, and then it's like there's nothing in between. Nothing in between getting in the way. Nothing to see. So what is it? Is it just nothing? And then all of a sudden you come across another galaxy and there's this whole load of activity going on. You know, nebulosity, you know, stars forming, stars dying. This big centre. Amazing. It certainly would be a terrible waste of space if we were alone. We're not really using much of it up, really, are we? Let's have a look, Titch. It's a 250 Dobsonian f4.8. Okay, so my CT10's a 10-inch at f4.8. Low profile, silent and saw tilt, and there's no way of adjusting it out. Okay, yeah. I mean, on the cameras you've got, yeah, I suppose it depends on the tilt you're getting. Is it actually cutting into the image? Hello, Des. Upgraded my Quieter shed to the new Pulsar dome. Oh, you're more than welcome. You're more than welcome. I've still got my Quieter shed. The roof doesn't roll off anymore. And it's full of gardening tools now. It's been repurposed for that. Obviously when I moved here, which is now 2 years ago now, my plan was to just reinstate that as my observatory, but plans changed, and then I ended up with this rather swanky building I'm very, very happy with, so I'm very lucky. Yeah, but that's great. How are you finding the Pulsar Dome? I had a good look at them actually at the Practical Astronomy show, yeah, I can see the pluses for them. They've got some advantages, domes, over just a complete roll-off roof. Good wind protection, firstly, but yeah, I didn't fancy trying my luck at building a dome. I know some people do, but roll-off roof I think is the top of my ability. I don't think it has. A silly question, actually. Is it collimated? Well, I'd like to think before they put it in the box that it is collimated. But I can tell you now that when I got the scope that we're using tonight, the VX6, when that arrived, that couldn't have been further out of collimation if it dried. It was awful. Yeah, so I don't know. The problem you've got is transportation with mirrors and things. Any knocks and that it's gonna cause problems. Dehumidifier, Des, yeah. I've actually got one in my obsie. If I have a particularly dewy night, once the roof's closed, it's not one that comes on automatically. I will switch it on just to help take out most of the moisture, but I don't use it very often. Don, not too much to be fair. I think it depends on the height of the walls. I went with highish walls on mine. I've got a lot of trees around me, and also whenever I mean, in my experience with the observatory, I don't image below 30 degrees. So I've got sort of 6-foot walls, which are ideal. They protect all the scopes pretty well. But if I've never actually, since I've been here, had a night where it's been windy enough to cause a problem. If it's really windy, I don't know. I don't know if I'd image or not. I'd have to see. I know that the EQ6 in the past, when this is why I ended up with an EQ8, was when I had the CT10 on it, it could handle it. But if there was any wind at all, I would lose subs, and quite often. So that's the reason why I ended up with a CT10, because sorry, not a CT10, an EQ8 for my CT10. That thing is a beast, and I'm not sure what it would need for it to be upset, but I would think quite a bit of wind. Hello, Simon. You're still awake then, mate, after all that work today. You've done a fantastic job, buddy. We're so pleased with it. Thank you ever so much. Titch, you bought focus off AliExpress that screws onto the sculpture base, so I'm able to adjust it out. Cool. So you can use some spacers on it and get it out. That's brilliant. Yeah, I do know you can buy focusers for them. I think Andy Bennett's at Kelling, and he bought a really nice focuser for his Skywatcher. I think he's done quite a lot of mods to his. In fact, he's a bit like Trigger's broom. You know, it's had 5 new handles and 4 new heads, but it's still the original broom. It did go well, Simon. It went brilliant, mate. It looks really nice. It's such a smart job. Arnstein, my man, all the way from Norway. Hi again, Simon. I've been imaging 6888 this week. Are you gonna take my iPod off of me, Arnstein? I hope. Yeah, it's a great target. It's an absolutely great target. I saw your little video earlier, actually, Arnstein, of your picture of your observatory, looking really smart, mate. Looking really smart. Has everything been working well, Arnstein? I'm assuming it has, because you've not been in touch. So I'm thinking everything's working as it should, which is great news. Don, he has a solid pier in the backyard, but wind is definitely a problem with the sea. Yep, I'm energy 11, although it's just with the Hyperstar. Yeah, I suppose if it's out in the open, that is gonna cause problems. Yeah, any windshielding is always going to help, no doubt about it. Right, that's the end of my coffee. It's cold now. Oh, you're welcome, Arnstein, anytime. It's nice when it works, but don't worry, at some point it will stop working, because that's the nature of this hobby, and then you've got to try and fix it. Simon's been having some disconnection problems with his EQ6 recently, so I think I'm going to have to help him investigate that and try and find out what's wrong with it. Yeah, you'd think that, Nugsy, wouldn't you? And I should really. I've been thinking of getting an espresso machine out here, but actually I just sat here and drank a cold coffee. Oh well, actually it's not that cold. Still had a little bit of warmth in it, but yeah, it got worse. Oh wow. Okay. You've had another collision. Simon, what are you doing? Are you testing those piers? Are you trying to snap them off? Yeah, sounds like some setting somewhere Simon's gone awry on that one. I'll check my phone. Where's my phone? There it is. Oh no. That means that it's too close, I think. I think you need to move it further away if the stars go across the corners. Wow. So how come it slewed into the pier, Simon? Do you think it's lost its way? Did it go did it slew in the wrong direction? Yeah, Don, he's just had another one. I'm sure it'll be okay, Simon, honestly, mate. As I say, that's the only saving grace of the Skywatcher mounts. You know, once they come across resistance, they will slip. Um, they're not geared so that they're just pushed through. So you can set limits. You can even set limits in EQ mod. Um, you can, but unfortunately, Simon's problem was the computer had restarted due to an update, and obviously the computer had turned off, but the rig just kept going. Simon, you are not having any luck, are you? I'm really hoping that you've not done any damage and we can you can get that working. That's a shame. So annoying. Well, to be honest, I'll give you my opinion. It depends what I'm going for. My I always go mono, pretty much. Um, Especially if I'm going narrowband. You just get more control over the colours. Galaxies, one shot colour, no problem. And I'll tell you what comes out really well with one shot colour, and that's dark nebula. I really like the way it captures that. That can be really good too. I'm doing mono tonight on Andromeda. My recent image of Andromeda was one shot colour. So once I get all of this data put together, I will reprocess it and see what comes out. I was just actually looking at the different filters. That's the red. The green is definitely showing more dust lanes. And then we got the blue. All looking quite good. And we've got a bit of star colour coming through now as well, which is nice. And hopefully that's just going to get stronger as the capture keeps going. I'll tell you what I am looking forward to. I'm looking forward to uh, Orion returning, and I really fancy actually doing a nice live capture on Orion. I think that would be quite fun. That would be an image that would grow very quickly. Um, but this year, I haven't for the last 2 years. I've not imaged the Horsehead Nebula or that region, and so I really want to get a detailed image of the Horsehead Nebula this year. So that is definitely something I'm going to be doing. Oh, I'm not sure about that, Nugsy. What you have to do is, what I've got set up in Nina, you do what they call filter offsets. So basically, it doesn't shoot, it doesn't refocus each one. It basically has the offset set in, so it basically will shoot. You shoot through the colours, so you shoot a red, a green, then a blue. I know that some people just shoot, like one night they'll shoot HA, the next night they'll shoot O3. I don't think that works because you will get difference in the sky background. But if what I do is, it will shoot like SHO or HSO, whichever order you got your filters in, and then so you're getting a color image straight away. And of course, with the mono, you do get a lot of detail. You don't need as many subs as you do with a color. So if you're getting, say, I don't know, 3 minutes of RGB from a mono, you're getting a lot of detail in there, and you would need a lot of subs with one shot color to get the same. Yeah, Dom, we have exactly the same problem. The winter targets are great, but the weather is not. And Nugsy, you're completely right. Mono is damn expensive. So as soon as you go mono, you're talking filter wheels. And I mean, you don't have to. You can all do it manually. You can get manual filter wheels, but yeah, you're talking filter wheels. You're talking focusers. Yeah, and the filters. I mean, filters are not cheap. And I've got 3nm filters, which are great. Really bring out the detail, especially in narrowband targets. But excuse me, but really expensive, really expensive. Yeah, again, the time thing. I've never found the mono being a difficult thing for time. But where mono does add time and effort is in processing. You've got to do a lot more work with it. But I do feel that you've got more control over things. And especially if you're after, say, the SHO palette or something like that, mono gives you the ability to do that, where you can do it with one shot color, but it's tricky, and it's, yeah, not quite the same. Titch, yeah, there's no, I say one shot color is absolutely fine. I don't believe you should sit and say one's much better than the other. They've each got their place. And cameras and sensors now, I mean, especially the 2600 MC, the 500, the 533 MC, which is just basically a cut down version of that 2600. The sensitivity of those sensors, they're getting better all the time. And the newer 585, that's a good sensor too, and that's bringing the price down quite dramatically, and it's really good. Blown out is hard to correct, never looks right. It's best not to blow it out in the first place. I agree, Arnstein. Mono, it's definitely more challenging. There's more things to go wrong. But as I say, I like a challenge, so I'm still there. Still using a DSLR, brilliant. I mean, what? Yeah, I started there, and I still use DSLRs. Not so much for deep sky now, but yeah, I mean, there's nothing wrong with that, and they can take some fantastic images. You get it all set up, and take your time. It's brilliant. Yeah, yeah. That 585 is really good. It's actually the chip they put in the of the Vionis for Spera 2. They're using that chip in there. Very sensitive chip. Takes really nice images. And you got the MC Pro, so that's the cooled one. They do it a much cheaper, even uncooled one, and that seems to be good as well. It looks like it's a very sensitive chip sensor, very low noise. I think it's something like 91% quantum efficiency, which I think is brilliant, especially for the price it is. So I think, yeah, we're gonna, these as the hobby has grown and people have realised that there is a largish market out there. Yeah, we're getting some good new stuff coming out, and hopefully they'll keep developing for us and keep bringing out more and more gear that's not just doing a better job but not costing as much. It's we need it to be more accessible for everyone, because not everyone's willing to chuck as much money at it as all of us. I've chucked a lot of money at the hobby. Haven't necessarily got it either, but I just love it. It's what I like to do. So, yeah, it'd be great if they could make it a lot more accessible for people. But the DSLR route is a great route, and you can do so much with a camera like that. And one of the things I love about DSLRs is you're out there under the stars. I mean, look at me. I'm sitting in this cozy warm room, imaging away. Obviously, I've got to be here to chat to you guys, which is great. But, being out under the stars is lovely. Absolutely lovely. Can't beat it. Yeah, I've got Debo Webb. I've got a modded camera. Mine's the Canon 6D. I had that modded. I actually want to try and get an HA filter for it, but they're really expensive, those HA filters. So we'll have to see about that. And it definitely is the challenge why we all love the hobby. I think it's what keeps me hooked, because it's not simple. And so when you do get a nice image, there's a real sense of achievement with it. So the smart telescopes, yeah, there's a controversial subject. Well, the Dwarf Lab, I was sent one, and at first I absolutely hated it. I just couldn't get on with it. And I think the problem I had was that because I do astrophotography with really nice telescopes and cameras, and I've got my observatory and everything, it was almost like I couldn't step back a little bit to that, I felt underwhelmed when I took the pictures. Had I just been starting out in the hobby, and I remember some of the images I took when I first started, I would have been really impressed with it. So I don't know, it's horses for courses. I think the problem with them is they've got a certain shelf life for people, and I think they'd move on fairly quickly. And for £500, I mean, you can get yourself a really nice DSLR, so I don't know. I don't know if they're the right way to go or not. They are getting better. I must admit, the Vespera 2 was pretty good. I did like it. It was very easy to use. And that was really well made, but that was quite expensive, I think, to buy, about double that price. I don't know, I'm not sure. I'm still not convinced by them. Carlos, hello mate. Do I want some Hampshire clouds? No, you can keep them in Hampshire, please. I'm clear for once, and I want it to stay clear if I can. Okay, what we got? Brian, hello mate. Good evening. Kevin, hello again. Nice to see you. Have they not brought out a cooled version of the 585? Colour 585 Image Pro Red Cat. I've captured some of the best images with it. Yeah, it is a lovely camera. On way, love to all. Hello, it's Martin from. Hello, mate. Nice to see you. It was Martin made me a rather nice beef and horseradish roll, and a great coffee with it too. Thank you, sir. It was lovely. Yeah, the colour's coming through now, Simon. It is starting to develop, so that's nice. Any of you that have joined later, we've got a live stack going on at the moment, using Easy Live Stacker through PixInsight, and we're stacking RG and B. So we're on a mono camera, taking red, green, and blue filter images, and then we've got a live stack. So as each image comes in, and they're 60 seconds long each, as each one comes in, it gets stacked on, and it adds it to the image. So hopefully, as we keep going, this Andromeda will get stronger and stronger, and the colours will get more vibrant, so it should be quite nice to see. Yeah, I think you're right, Titch. Perfect for outreach. I mean, they are brilliant things. I just think if somebody wants to just dip their toe and do a bit, it's great, and they're good for that. But I think if you want to get right into astrophotography, and I think I'm about as deep as you can go, yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure if they're the right thing. Shane, hello, mate. Oh, thank you very much. Yeah, much improved skies. Yeah, there's no clouds for once. I'm not sure. I think there are forecast a few little bits, but it's mainly going to be clear tonight. So, and we've done quite well so far. So hopefully, fingers crossed, it will stay clear, and this image is going to grow nicely. Yes, actually, this is Carlos. This is actually I'm connected to a mini PC. It's one of the Mele Quieter PCs on my EQ6 rig. You won't quite make it out from that image, and basically I'm connected to that through Chrome Remote Desktop, and on there is Nina, and Nina's doing the capturing. And then what I do is I've got a link through my PC in the warm room to all my PCs where I've got a drive linked to mine, so I can actually just transfer any data across. And what I'm doing here is through Easy Suite, just looking at the file that they're all going into, and it's picking them up as they come in and adding them to the image. Yeah, exactly, Don. I think you're very, very right in that respects, that they are kind of very limited in what they can do. As I say, I think they're great for capturing the bright targets and the obvious ones. But once you want to start going for small targets or very faint things, they start to struggle and they're not as good. I have seen some amazing images though. Some people have put a lot of effort into what they can capture with them, and it's quite impressive. The Triangulum Galaxy, nice, Brian. That's that's a nice target. That's one I've imaged a few times. Can look really nice. That could have worked well on a live capture. I went for Andromeda because it is a lovely bright target and comes through quick. So hopefully we're going to stay clear and keep getting a really nice image. I've just reconnected me telescopes. I don't think if I drag it up, you see I've got a sandwich in. You can't see it. I've got a sandwich in there, and in there is got a Pegasus Powerbox Advance and also a Mele Quieter PC, and that's how it's all running, and we're connected to it through Chrome Remote Desktop, which just works so well. And yeah, I mean, you know, I can access this with anything from a mobile phone even, and it works great. So I highly recommend that way of controlling it. Excellent. How many hours are you going to go on the Triangulum, Brian? DP John, how many hours of filming are you hoping for tonight? Who knows? I mean, the UK now, it's starting to get dark nice and early, and we get some good long nights. I mean, we pay for it in the summer where we don't get any astronomical darkness, and then we might get about three to 4 hours of nautical dusk to nautical dawn. However, you can still image in it, especially narrowband. If you've got 3nm filters, I did a project recently with Simon of Simon's Astro. We did WR134, came out with a really lovely image, and that was during no astronomical darkness. So it can be done, but obviously now we've got true astronomical darkness. My wife will hate me for saying that the clocks go forward soon. End of the month, I think it is. And, you know, that's when we really get long. The nights start getting really long. She hates it because she loves the sunshine and the day. And obviously, being an astrophotographer, I quite like the night. But, yeah, that's just one of those conflicts, unfortunately. So you're going for 4 hours, okay? That'll be good. That'll look nice. I am one to push my targets for as long as I can. I just I love to see what comes out. And it's rare that I give up on a target. I've on my last live stream we were talking about the Flying Dragon Jim from Astropix UK. And we all said, "Oh, let's all get some data on the Flying Dragon." And I started, but unfortunately, this scope is a bit too zoomed in. I kind of need a wider field, and the weather's just been rubbish, so I haven't really got on it yet. Not well, anyway. Daryl's a target hopper. You need a RASA, mate, for that. Corin, hello, my man. Good evening. I hope you're well. Yeah, Brian, it takes time. Yeah, it does take time finding your way, getting everything working, getting a good balance. But yeah, it just. But I think that's one of the beauties of the hobby. You can, you know, that all that learning that goes on is really really fun. It's challenging, but it's very rewarding, especially when you start to get nice images or an image that you're happy with. So keep at it, you know, good luck. And reach out because there's always people willing to help. Where's Ryan? Yeah, where is Ryan? We haven't heard from Ryan in ages, Corin. Is he hiding away? Oh, good. Yeah. Yeah, I love astrophotography. I can't imagine ever getting tired of it. I thoroughly enjoy it, and I'm trying at the moment to acquire a deeper knowledge of space. We'll see how that goes. I started with going to a talk, watching Tim Peake recently. That was a really really good talk. He was a very interesting man. And it was a really good day out, actually. And bought his book and everything. Never know, I might even sit down and read it soon. It's a dark subject. Certainly is. Certainly is. Good if you're an insomniac. Yeah, heard that, Titch. Rassers are a pain in the backside. I do know when they're not right. Oh, you've read it. Oh, brilliant. Yeah, I must say his talk was very entertaining. He was quite funny. and he was really interested. And we actually bumped into him afterwards outside. Well, I say we bumped into him. We bloody stalked him. We waited for him because one of the people I was there with, Bob, wanted his book signed by him. And he was a lovely bloke. He actually took time to stand and chat to us and everything. And I wanted to ask him a question because, and I'll tell you what, I don't know if any of you thought about this as well, but I said to him, if Neil Armstrong was the first man on the moon, who took the picture? Because you didn't have a selfie stick back in those days. And he laughed and he said, it's not Neil Armstrong. The pictures are actually Buzz Aldrin taken by Neil Armstrong. So he blew my conspiracy theory out the water that they never landed on the moon. They clearly did. And I must admit, after talking to him, I don't doubt it. Yeah, but he was a really nice bloke to talk to. Really nice. Corin doesn't know where Ryan is. Corin, you need to get him back in line, mate. Get him back in line. Super user tech mods. Yeah, I know you got yours signed, Simon. You went back and actually jumped the queue to get your book signed because you've got to get it signed when you could have got it signed. Mine's just a pre-signed version, but still good. I shook his hand. I've shaken an astronaut's hand. It's as close as I'm going to get, I think. How do we all feel now about that they're going to go back to the moon? Do we think that's interesting? I'll be quite interested to see what the footage is like now. You know, are we actually going to get like 4K, you know, or even 8K maybe? 8K footage of the moon. That would be interesting, wouldn't it? It's going to find Ryan. I hope he's not under your bed, Corin. It must be keeps him in a cupboard. Brings him out on clear nights maybe to let him image. So, have any of you seen this new meteor that's out there at the moment? I've not seen that. Look at that. Look, he's the comet. Yeah, that's what I was talking about. You've just brought that up as I was talking about it. Brian Starkey. How did you find the AZGTI? Yeah, I mean, at first, that's all I was using. I mean, it's not the most robust mount, but for portability, it's brilliant. Obviously, it has got go-to, and that was the reason why I got it, because I did have a Star Adventurer, and I had a Zenith Star 61 on that with a camera on the back, but I was trying to find targets and I was pulling my hair out, couldn't find a thing. And so I wanted to go to, and the AZGTI was good, and I did the conversion to make it an equatorial, and yeah, good. I've still got it actually, and to stick a camera on with a small lens or something, it's ideal. It's really good. I have tried putting rigs on it, but you have to be careful how much weight you put on it, because it will not go accurately. So yeah, the AZGTI is a good bit of kit. Comet A3. Yeah, collect the golf balls that were hit. Yeah, that'd be interesting, wouldn't it? But can we prove they're the exact golf balls? There must be, who knows? Go back to the moon after 50 years, yeah. I've actually got, well, I signed up for it, but I can't remember now what I did. It was like a digital pass, like my name's going to be on the next flight to the moon. There's like a digital register you could put on. You got a ticket and everything. I'll have to look on my emails and see if I can find it. Oh, Simon, I really hope you haven't got any pieces in there, mate. Good luck. I hope you sort it out. Oh, you're running Stellar Mate on it. Brilliant. I mean, it's a great little mount. It really is. I used to run it with Nina. I think I started with Astrophotography tool, APT, when I was using my DSLR. But then, yeah, I then ran it with Nina and it worked great. Yeah, yeah, it would be good. I mean, if they go to the moon and then they, obviously we've got much better technology for filming and streaming back and everything. We'd actually get to see what's there, and hopefully they can actually go there and go, look, here's the flag they put down. Here's the golf balls they hit, or all the other things. Wouldn't it be brilliant? And then what I really want them to do is to then look back at the Earth and prove to all the flat earthers that it is actually a sphere. That'd be nice, wouldn't it? I'd like to hear them argue against that one. That'd be good. That'd be good. Not sure, Nugsy. Would they go to the same spot? 'Cause I don't think where they landed was where they planned to land originally. I think Tim talks about that something went wrong, and they ended up landing in a different area. Yeah. What about the dark side of the moon? That'd be interesting, wouldn't it? Ho, Tom, made it. South Coast cloudy. 585C and the AZ GTI. It's obviously a brilliant combo. Nugsy, that's a combo that you could consider, mate, because it definitely is budget friendly. Wow, you have a copy of the 1969 TV Times moonshot. That is fantastic. I was 3. I still feel old, but I was only 3. Crikey. UFOs on the dark side. Don't they say that there's a colony of humans on the dark side and they don't actually know that Earth exists because they've never seen it, because the Earth doesn't, the moon doesn't rotate, does it? It just stays flat. So they're on the other side and they don't actually know we're there. And God knows what they do. Maybe they do all sorts of things. They say all sorts. They do, don't they? Come on, let's start some conspiracy theories. They're the best theories. They're fun. I mean, it's great when one gets answered. Pink Floyd live there. That's it. Always wondered what they did with Roger Waters. They sent him up there. That's where he writes his songs from. Dark Side of the Moon, though. What an album. Absolutely love that album. Trump is an alien, apparently. Oh, I don't know apparent about that. I'd even put Pink Floyd on now, but I'd get taken down. YouTube would, it'd be copyright striking me all over the place. The Clangers. Oh, Nugsy, you're showing your age. The Clangers. Made of cheese, possibly. Oh yeah, the Clangers, those things. Ooh. Children's TV back then, wasn't it terrible, wasn't it? Well, some of it. Let's have a look at our Andromeda. How's it looking? It's not looking bad at all, is it? There's the red filter. There's the green. You definitely get more dust lanes from the green filter than the red. The red's brighter, and then you get the dust lanes on the green. And then the blue, very similar to the green. And the colour is slowly coming out. The colour is slowly coming out. Mr. Spoon and Button Moon. I was scared of the soup dragon. Do what's going on with Russell's from Russell's Astrophotography. It's quite nice channel. Yeah, Russell hasn't been around for ages. He actually bought a dome and a few bits of kit, and then stopped doing his YouTube. But I do know that he got into wedding photography. So I think he became extremely busy with that business venture, and I can only assume that that's kept him away, really. It's one of the issues with YouTube and social media in general is that, you know, it's very easy to move away from it because of how much hard work it can be. And I think, yeah, he's just ended up with other things happening. Yep, Wallace and Gromit had problems with. Yeah, the C3, we asked about that. Apparently you can see it. The ISS took a picture of it. New Forest and failed miserably. That's a shame. I will try and get an image. I've seen one today. I think Astro Falls captured it in Namibia. I'm a little bit away from there. So, yeah. I'm not sure if we can capture it. I'll have to start looking into it and see how I get on. Brian Kent voiceover. What more could you want? Yep, the details are slowly coming through. On Steam, they are slowly coming through. Yeah, early hours. That means you've got to stay up all night to see it. That's true, Darryl. Yeah, Corinne, it's always the way, man. I've got some data I still need to edit, and I'll have to get onto it soon enough. Yeah, how long's it around for, Darryl? I think it's around for a little while, isn't it? I mean, I managed to get the last comet after somebody pointing out it wasn't coming back for 50,000 years. I thought I'd better do it. And yeah, that was when I had that realisation with YouTube. I think I did a video on that. It took me quite a while to make the video. And about 700 people watched it. And then a little while later, about a couple of weeks later, I dug a hole for a pier. And I think I've got about 3,000 views. And I realised that digging holes was more popular than comets. So, yeah. I'll see if I image this one or not. I did actually enjoy imaging it and getting a picture of it. It was good. Corinne, they are 60 seconds. So 1 minute. 1 minute red, 1 minute green, 1 minute blue. So let me have a look at the folder and see how much of each we've got. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Okay, yep. We are looking at 58. So we're coming up to about 20 subs of each. 19 actually at the moment. So we're getting close to 20 minutes of each colour. Slowly building. Hello, David. Nice to see you. Thank you very much. Tom, UFO, Moonbase. Who remembers? Do you remember Space? Was it Space 1999? I used to have one of those ships with it had the missile on the front. Used to fire it. That was before Star Wars and everything, wasn't it? And then, yeah, we all got blown away with special effects. Up until then, everything used to be on strings, and the smoke used to go up because they used to light the back. Did you used to have that too, Nugsy? That's great. That's brilliant. Thank you very much, Corinne. Terror Hawks. That's a good one, yeah. With the green front. The eagle, wasn't it? Yeah, the bright star above. I'd love to tell you what it is. I'll have to have a look. I'm afraid to say, and I hate to say it, but my astro knowledge of everything that's around it is not the best. But I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I've got my other laptop here. I'm going to call up, as long as the battery don't run out. I'll have to plug it in. Let's call up Stellarium and see if it can tell us what we got going on around it. I actually had someone message me the other day that they were saying that the bright one down here was the Triangulum Galaxy, and I was like, oh, I don't think it is. It'd be great if it was, but I don't think it is. Okay, let me get some information on the screen that we can share. M31. There we go. Lovely. Let's call that up there. Well, let's have a look. So the one down here is M110, 110. Let's have a look if we can work out what, because typically my image is upside down to the one that's on Stellarium. I think that's because we're imaging through a Newtonian. I think it flips it upside down. Northern Hemisphere between 12 and the 30th of October, looking west just after sunset, according to the Royal Greenwich Observatory. We'd like to think they know what they're talking about, so that will be good. They show Space 1999 on YouTube, do they? Don't tell them that, Corin. They'll all switch off of my live stream and go and watch it. Fireball XL5. Now look, Daryl, if you're going right, I'm going to leave Daryl to do this. He's giving more information than me. We got, yeah, I can see them. I'm looking for this orange. I think we're looking for these two little orange stars. Let's have a look. I can see them on my screen. I'm going to see what they're called. Hang on. Nothing exciting. They're just stars. Nice and bright. HIP 3881 is this bright one. This one here. It doesn't really say a lot. Magnitude of 4.5. Not a lot of information on it. It's just a bright star. Nice colour though. It's got a lovely orange glow to it. I think as we go, the star colours are going to start to come out more and more. I can see now down the bottom here, starting to get the blue hue that you get sometimes with Andromeda, and up here too. And we're definitely getting some colour fringing through here of the reds, like the HAs and that lot. So yeah, it's coming up. Define up and down. Well, there's a question. Hi Mark, nice to see you, mate. How's that motorbike of yours? Mine's sitting in the garage a lot at the moment because the weather's no good, but I hopefully get it out again soon. But up and down in space, yeah, no such thing. There's no up, down, left, right, or anything. Oh, thank you very much, Phil. Yeah, if you can all remember to push the like button, that would really help the video, push it out to other people. Yeah, I've got you, Daryl. Mine says 64, but I think it just depends on where people are on the live stream. It just, I'm not sure how it works. Mine seems to have a lag on it. 1 minute I'm saying something and then something else happens. 65. Did you buy an Aprilia? I didn't know you bought an Aprilia. What a fantastic bike they are. I know you've got an R3. I still like my CBR 600. I think I'll, yeah, mine's becoming a modern classic now. 2002, first of the injection models. Yeah, I do like it. You got the RS 660, nice. I bet that's lovely. I bet that really rides nice. But at my age now, my poor little wrists, I even bought some clip-on risers at the last bike show a month or so ago. 43mm I've raised them to sort of like, you know, for my old body. It helps a lot. Willy shrinking acceleration. Do you know what? You talk about acceleration. A friend of mine has just bought an X5 M3 V8. I could not. Seriously, he took me out in it. It was just scary. The power. It was actually violent. That's all I can explain it as. The acceleration was violent, but that V8, what a sound! Oh, wow. Mind you, he was getting 6 miles to the gallon, so that'll teach him. Just in time. Hello, CBR 600. I crashed and totaled it. Yeah, you don't want to be doing that. I'm very lucky. I got my CBR 600 a few years back, and it was in original condition. It hadn't been mucked up, chopped up, or anything. It's still got the original exhaust on it, and it only had, what was it, 18,000 miles. Fantastic condition. I was really lucky to grab it. I got it on eBay, funny enough. It's been a nice bike, really nice. So it'll do me just in time. Just in time, like that. You're late. But yeah, I like it. It's a great bike. I've had a lot of bikes over my lifetime. I've had some big ones too. You know, I've had 1200 Triumph was my largest. And then CG's had the FJR 1300, the Yamaha, nice bike, lovely for touring. As I say, my 1200 Explorer was a lovely bike, had everything on it. My most fun bike, I think, to be totally honest, was another Triumph, and it was my Speed Triple 955 injection. That was fantastic. I loved that bike, but it was a bit scary. And I had it tuned up and did a few track days with it. Really good fun, but not now. Not now. I like my Horlicks too much. Motorcycle instructor. Oh, Nugsy. Do you not have a bike anymore? I don't know. I tried to not have a bike, and it lasted for about 2 months. And then I got this CBR 600. I sold my Triumph, and I said to the wife, I'm not going to have any more. And then, no. I got the CBR 600. You got high clouds, Simon. Halos all around your stars. Well, mine look okay at the moment. I'm just going to check Nina and see what's going on. I could always stick my head out the door, but I'd be getting cold, wouldn't I? Can't be doing that. Let's have a look. Alright, looks alright at the moment, but I'm only taking 60-second subs, so I'm looking at the guiding. Let's have a look at that. What we're sitting at. So the EQ6R Pro is sitting at 0.67. Oh, it's just jumped up a little bit. Okay, about 0.8. It's still way under the... it's 0.81. Oh, it's coming back down again now, but we're well under the image scale, so we won't worry about that at all. Let's have a look at... Yeah, it does look like there's a little bit of cloud about, especially on PhD2, showing a little bit, but everything's still going okay. So fingers crossed, guys. We don't want too much cloud. We don't want it ruining up my image. It's coming, the clouds, lovely. I look forward to that. Oh, great. Honda XR650 Supermoto, 84 GPZ 900, the Kawasaki Street Fighter before that. Wow. Yeah, amazing. Kawasaki, funny enough, is the only sort of Japanese motorbike I've not owned. I've had Yamaha, I've had Honda, I've had Suzuki, never had a Kawasaki. I've had BMWs, I've had Triumphs, so I've tried quite a few bikes. Honda, I do like a lot. I used to have a VFR 750, fantastic bike, absolutely love that bike. Excellent. Non's got stars. Dismantled the obsy. We'll be moving house. No idea what the new garden will be like for Big Skies. Mark, you're moving. How come? Yeah, I didn't think you'd moved there that long ago. What's the? Are you moving to something bigger, different area? Mark's guiding at 0.35. I'm guiding at 0.83 on my EQ6, Mark. So you're doing better than me, mate. I reckon I have got some high clouds, but yeah, we'll be okay. What's my HFR? 3.09. So that's on the VX6. That's 750 millimeters. The pixel size is 4.6. 4.67, I think it is, on bin 2 on the 294mm Pro. Simon, the way to do it is to jump on Astronomy tools, and they've got all the calculators there, and you bung in your pixel size of your camera, you bung in your focal length, and it will tell you what your image scale is, what your pixel scale is, and then as long as you're guiding below that number, you're fine, you're golden. Yep, the blue is starting to pop out, Carlos. That is definitely right. I can see that. I really hope now that the colour's starting to come out, it'll be just my luck. It'll get cloudy and we won't be able to see it. Simon's struggling to focus. GPZ 900. That was heavy. Was a heavy bike. It was a heavy bike. I had a BMW RS 1100. That thing weighed a ton. And it had those transverse pots. Weird. Absolutely weird. If you revved it while you were sitting at the traffic lights, I remember the first time I did it, the bike would move side to side. Very unnerving indeed. FZR 1000X up. Comfy for a short arse like me. Titch, some bikes, yeah, you do have to be careful if you haven't got long legs. If your inside legs are shortish, you've got to think about the bike you're gonna get. It looks like I've been sent a picture by someone. Let's have a look. I've been sent a picture of someone's obviously all gone. I'm shocked. Funny enough that we're talking about bikes, I've just had an invite to ride out on Sunday to Triple T Motorcycles, which is a really interesting bike place near here. They've got all these sort of bikes you're talking about now, like the GPZ 900. They'll have them in there. They've just got all bikes from every make. It's really weird. It's like a warehouse of just old bikes. It's amazing, and it's like walking around a motorcycle museum, and everything that's there is for sale. Fantastic place, fantastic. I've got people sending me pictures of their motorbikes now. This is great. That's a very nice bike, Mark. Love the colours, really nice. Maybe I should do a motorcycle channel. No, astrophotography. Stay there, Glenn. Stay there. That's a very good question. It's in Sudbury. So about 50 minutes from here. Quite a nice ride out. Really, really good day. I'll let you know if we go, Daryl. You're welcome to join us, mate. Even if you drive there, it's absolutely fine. Long story. I'll have to catch up with you, Mark. We'll have a chat, mate. Ooh. DB John, is there any chance to see the first captured image? So it's not going to show the first captured image on here, because if I did that, it would actually, I'd have to do the whole stack from start. But let me see if I can call up the very first image. That doesn't look as nice at all. Let me just see if I can start a different instance. Bear with me. No. Oh, go away. I've got my printer trying to update itself. It can certainly forget that. I don't know how that's got in there and started to update itself automatically, because I hate things like that. I turn them all off. Because if something updates when you're imaging, it can ruin everything. Okay. Yep, I'm going to do that now. I'm going to have a look at that and see if I can pull that image off of Nina. I should easily be able to do that. So please bear with me while I run around my screen and try and find that image, and I'll add it to this screen, and then we can flick between the two. Okay, there it is. That is the very first image that we got, which was red. And if I just switch that off a sec, that's where we're at the moment. And that was the first red. That was the first green, which has got a little bit more dust detail in it. And I think you get the same with the blue. I think the green actually. Let me go back to the green. So the blue's got the most, I think they're showing the most dust detail. And if we turn that window off, this is where we're sitting at the moment with the stack, the live stack that's going. It's quite interesting, isn't it? I mean, stacking, it's where it's all at. The amount of information that you build up is quite surprising. Let me put them side by side and then you can look at them. I don't want to make it too small. If I put it there, you can see one image, and then you've got the stack. No, Carlos, I can take luminance frames, but with the easy stack, it's only giving me an option of RGB to do the RGB stacking. So I don't know if it'd include the luminance or not. I don't think it will. So I've just gone with RGB. I must be honest, it's not something I've played with. If I added luminance, it might work. I don't know. But at the moment, I'll just stick with the RGB. It'll build it up. It's building it up quite nicely. So, but like you say, if we added luminance in as well, I think we would get more detail quickly. But we'll see how this goes. Alright, Tom. Oh, the RD350. Now, there's a nice bike, and they have them at this place I could be going to the weekend. Absolutely fantastic. Yeah, the offset. So, really, at the end of the day, I wouldn't worry too much about the offset. That's just so that you don't get zero, any images with nothing showing, basically. That's what it's for. The offset I've got my 294 set at is 50, and I basically never change that. So 120 gain, 50 offset. And as I say, I think we were talking about, if you blow things out, you can bring that gain down. You can even bring the gain down to 0 to get as much dynamic range as possible. But I find I pretty much leave my cameras at unity gain, offset 50, and then I adjust on the targets. I adjust the exposure time to allow for things. So something like Orion, that will be oh, why is it not connecting to my Orbsy? I'll get the picture back up in a sec. It's chucked the password out. That's good. Yeah, something like Orion. I mean, that will be things like 10-second subs, even 20 seconds maybe max. I mean, I know if you try and do a minute, you can start blowing the core out. So if you want to keep the fine detail, you've got to go shorter subs. Now, I'm not a big fan of that. I don't do lucky imaging. The biggest problem with that is you end up with so much data. Your computer's working overtime just trying to stack it, and I like to try and take the longest subs I can to keep that side down, especially after doing this hobby for, well, I'm coming up for 5 years, and you can fill terabytes of storage without too much of a, without trying too hard. So it is good to try and keep that low. But when I've done an image and I'm happy with it, I keep the masters, but I always get rid of the data, because otherwise you just end up with hard drives just full of data everywhere, and you never know what to do with it all. And I normally find that when I go back to a subject that I've imaged before, It's normally with different gear, or I've got a different way of doing it, or I want to frame it differently. So I very rarely use the data I've got from before. So yeah. Bristol taught me motorbikes. I love it. They are fantastic, and the RDs were brilliant. The raced RD 500s, the two strokes, they were mental. They were. Was it the RSV 200? Was it? I think it was. I'm trying to think of the model numbers now. Right, give me 2 seconds. I'm going to look out the door. I'm going to see what the cloud situation is. Bear with me. There's a little bit of cloud. However, I can still see stars. So it's very high cloud. So I'm really hoping it's going to be okay. That's good news, Simon. That is really good news. That you've got everything looking okay. You just got high cloud. Well, at least you haven't damaged your thing. What would be my first filter to buy? Ooh, that's a good question. Are we talking one shot colour or mono? So, because with mono, well, with mono, it wouldn't be one filter, would it? It's a lot. I mean, the first filter I ever bought was an L Pro, basically. And then I think the second filter I bought was a was like a dual narrowband, but it wasn't dual narrowband. It was a tri-band. It was tri-narrowband from Altair for a DSLR. Okay. Well, again, you can buy an L Pro for cameras. They do clip-ins and things. I've got a modded Canon 6D. What I would like to buy for it is a clip-in hydrogen alpha filter. I think Optolong make one, and I'm going to see if I can get hold of one, but I think they're a bit pricey. I'm going to have to see. I'm going to have to see how that goes, but because of where I live now, which is nice and dark, light pollution isn't really the issue, so it would more than likely for me be something that's going to allow through some narrowband data so that I can capture that part. Mark, you're going to buy a narrowboat? That'd be nice. That'd be very nice. Be tricky imaging from a narrowboat though. You're going to get a bit of movement on that. Thank you, DP John. Yeah, the picture, yeah, the image is building nicely actually. I'm hoping it's going to carry on developing. Oh, Titch, I'm sorry that the weather's changing there. I think it's going to change for all of us tonight. Just in time, the L Ultimate. Yeah, I've never had that filter. Could be a good consideration actually. I'm not sure they do, Daryl. I did ask Ian about clip-in filters. He had some. He didn't have an HA one. I think he just had an old L Pro one, but I don't know if they do that. I'm waiting for a replacement to come. Oh, that's a shame. Hi, Daniel. It's a shame when stuff breaks and goes wrong. Yeah. Hopefully you won't have to wait too long for that. Oh, Simon, that is expensive. Actually, Optolong sent me the clipping for my EOS R, which is an L Pro. Seems to do quite a nice job actually, but I do need to run some proper tests on it, and hopefully you and I can get out soon. Now we're getting some clear skies. Towpath. What are you trying to say, that's firm ground, are you, Mark? We'll see how that goes. No canals here. Yeah, sorry, Mark. Mark, Astroboter is also called Mark. Good evening, Glenn. Hello, Stuart. When I see you online, oh, thank you so much, mate. Yeah, we're having a bit more success tonight. We're stacking RGB 60-second subs on Andromeda, and it's looking nice. It's looking nice. I see, actually, Stuart, you've got a new video out. I need to have a look at that. I need to sit down and catch up on my YouTube. I haven't actually had time to sit down and look at anything. Simon will vouch for me. I've just been busy, and the list of things to do just never ends. It just seems to grow. I don't know quite how we manage it, but yeah, my life just seems to get busier and busier, and less and less time to do what I want to do. Thank you, Liberty, for asking everyone. Make sure you press the like button, please, guys. Anyone who's there, just helps promote the video, gets it out to other people. Well, that's great, mate. The most views you've had in 24 hours, that's fantastic. I'm really pleased for you, mate. It's nice when a video takes off. And it's weird because it, as you mostly know with YouTube, you can never quite tell why one video does well and another one doesn't. It's called marriage. Yes, it is. My wife's supposed to be watching this live stream, so I will be very, very careful what I say. Yeah, the quintuplet. I think it's an ASCAR, isn't it, that you were doing, Stuart? Hi Pete, how are you? How is Scotland? I actually spoke to my uncle who's in Banff the other day. He said his weather wasn't great, but I know it can change. Anyone going to European Astrofest in London in February? Not been to that one before. Have you been before? Is it one that you'd recommend? The European Astrofest? The ASCAR 71F quad. Nice. I must admit, a scope that I've used quite a bit, and I took my one-shot colour Andromeda picture from, was Altair's 70 EDQ, which is also a quad. Lovely scope, really nice. And they've recently discounted that scope to a crazy price. It's something like £799 now. Yeah, really good price. Antia 3 nanometer 2-inch profile jet. What will the L capture? Will light pollution allow wavelengths in? Luminance won't let everything in. If you've got LRGB, there will be UVIR cut normally built into them, and there will be a bit of light pollution. So not too bad. Astroboter retired? Question mark. Are you talking to me? I might be retired. I might have hung up my train driver keys. Who knows? Oh, that's a real shame, Pete. I'm actually planning, I want to talk to my uncle, planning a trip up, and I'm thinking of actually going in the van. I normally jump on the train or jump in an aeroplane, but I'm thinking of driving up because I want to take my scopes with me, but I'm going to have to really plan it because I don't want to go all that way. and not get at least a night of opportunity. So I'm going to have to look at it. Yeah, I know it can be tough up in Scotland for the weather. I do hope you get some clear spells soon though. Good night, Mark. Take care, mate. Thanks for calling in, and hopefully catch up with you soon. Take care, mate. Yes, Glenn. Well, you want to know if I'm retired? Why would you want to know that? I'm not actually retired. Actually, I was retired for about a month, and then I've had to take on a new role for my wife's business. But yeah, long story. Do you know what? Since I stopped my full-time work, I've never been so busy in all my life. I was talking to Daryl about this earlier, and we were laughing about it. Never stop. Okay, bear with me 1 second, people. I need to plug something in. Smashing the place up. I don't know if you're all the same as me. You have to constantly plug things in. If I double tap my face, it should scan me. Come back. It's too dark. There we go. I'm back on the tracking. Yeah, that'd have been embarrassing, wouldn't it, if I'd have gone off for a wee and it had followed me. Yeah, Pete, that sounds like a great idea. West Coast, of course. I bet it's a long way coast to coast, isn't it? In Scotland, but if I'm up there in the van, it definitely got an opportunity to do something like that. It's just that getting that weather, isn't it? It's just getting that opportunity to actually get a clear enough sky to do it. We'll have to see. It'd be great if I could. Especially Bottle 1, Bottle 2. I mean, that would be quite an experience. I think the darkest I've ever been is Bottle 3. No, actually, that's not true. When I was in Spain and I started this crazy hobby by taking a picture of the Milky Way, I think that was about Bottle 1. That was amazing. But yeah, you could almost touch the stars. They were that bright and vivid. Simon, that's brilliant news, mate. I'm really glad you haven't damaged your rig. Yeah. Be honest with you though, Pete, weather's unpredictable wherever you are. I had that with that moon. It said it was going to be clear. No chance. But tonight it has said it's going to be clear with a few chances of clouds. And at the moment, and touch wood, it's stayed clear. And we're getting some really nice data on Andromeda. It's looking good. Yeah, I know. That's a real shame, isn't it, Daryl, that the Bortle scales are going up because of light pollution. Real shame. It'd be nice if we went back, wouldn't it? Yeah, I bet all of us, if we look back at our lives, we've all been somewhere, and yeah, you know, been in a dark area, not realised it, and now if we go back there, we'd be like, oh, we got to go back there. Royce, how are you? Thank you for coming in. Ascom, some PEC. It's going to. Oh right, excellent. I'm really glad if you did the PEC training. It does make a really nice difference, especially if you've got periodic error. It's exactly what you need it for, and it will clear it out. And I'm really glad if you've got some good results from it. Only 10 minutes, Nugsy. Nugsy, can you imagine doing the 10 minutes with your DSLR? It must be catch fire, wouldn't it? And that's what the old beauty of the cool cameras is that you can push those subs. Oh, thank you ever so much, Arnstein. Good night, my man. I hope you keep well. Let us know if you get any of those amazing northern lights popping up at your neck of the woods in Norway. Yeah, fantastic. You take care and speak soon. Speak soon. We're at that point with Andromeda where we're getting some nice colours and details. I see the details starting to form up here now. I'm wondering what comes up on the screen. I don't know if you can see my cursor on that. I don't think you can. Here we go. It's on there now. So this area here, I've noticed, has started. The dust lane has started to appear here. And we're starting to get some definition around this area here. We've got a nice blue hue down the bottom there coming through. Yeah, and we got some more detail coming through here now. This is all starting to develop a little bit. We've got some nice dust lanes cutting into the core there. I know they can easily get blown out and you lose them. Night, Simon. Take care, mate. Let's have a look back on the chat. I've missed a few bits. Let's have a look. Phil. Spent a week on the bought one in northwest of Scotland. I tried to get my kit and family in. Was up there, didn't see a start all week, and I had to shelter from the wind when we went out. Yeah, that's the problem, isn't it? With this country, we could travel a long way and go to a lot of effort, and the weather will just not cooperate whatsoever, and it's such a shame. Yeah, Daryl, I agree, mate. I like the blue bit down the bottom here. It's coming through nicely, isn't it? Let's pull it up. This bit here. Oh, I didn't do very well there. Let me try again. This bit here, we're getting some nice blue data coming through, aren't we? I've just noticed that this is starting to define a bit, and then we're getting a bit of pink red here. I don't know if it's showing through on the live stream as well as it does on my screen. But yeah, it's definitely starting to pick up some detail now and coming through. Oh, it's good. The blue bit, what is it telling us? Well, when you look at Astrofall's image of the Andromeda Galaxy, where he exposed that really strong tick of oxygen 3. I mean, it could be that, or it could just be star colours coming from the newer stars, you know, the burning bright stars. But I'd have to have a look at that, find out the actual details. But not sure whether it's O3 nebulosity or whether it's star colour that gives you that bit down the bottom there. 4 seasons in a day in Scotland. Yeah, I know my uncle says that. Qzorn, hiya, hello, thank you very much, that's very kind. Yeah, I can imagine that YouTube is compressing it. It's hard for me to tell on the screen. Obviously, I've got an image here um, that looks good. And don't forget, there's no calibration frames on any of these images. There's no darks, flats, bias, or dark flats. Nothing. Just these are just the raw images coming straight out of the camera, the 294mm Pro. Shooting through the Antlia L Pro RGB filters. Yeah, doing a great job. Pete, it's awful to think it's like that. I must admit though, my recent trip up to Aberdeenshire, I was actually really lucky. I had some beautiful sunshine. Some nice days, although every evening it wasn't clear. There was no opportunity to do any stars, but I had some nice days, and luckily I took my drone up there. I've got a DJI Mini 4 Pro, and I was able to get some really nice footage actually. But there you go. DP John, that is very possible that it's a region of young stars, like Pleiades, where you get that, but you get a very strong nebulosity around the Pleiades stars, a lot of dust lit up by them. So, snow. Oh, thanks for that, Daryl. Looking forward to snow. We didn't get snow last year, we didn't get any. I am going to So you are completely correct, DP John, that in Andromeda, I've just looked it up, there is collections of young hot blue stars. And they appear in the blue regions of the Andromeda galaxy. You've got star forming regions that appear as red knots. They're the sort of hydrogen alpha sort of bits that we see. But like you say, and then you've got the blue shift. What does it indicate? Well, it's an interesting thing. It says here, what does the blue shift indicate? And it says the blue shift of Andromeda galaxy is the negative sign indicates blue shift, and it indicates that our galaxy and Andromeda are pulling towards each other via gravity at 125 kilometers per second. I don't think we're going to be here for that, but there you go. And Hubble has even observed blue stars in the core of Andromeda. So there you go. Plenty of blue going on, if you can pick it up. I mean, we're definitely picking it up here. Yeah, Daryl, there has been some amazing pictures of Andromeda. The one of that Astro Falls took, where they exposed the HA tick above it, the O3 tick above it, was quite amazing. And that sent him off on a journey of trying to find hidden O3 data in many targets that people have imaged before. I can't remember how many hours he did on that. I don't think it was 500, but it was a lot. I'm going to see if I can find it online. Okay. I just went on it. 159 hours they did, but he wants to sell it to me. I'm not buying it. Oxygen Arc Edition. No, that's not the one. There it is. Yeah. I'm trying to see how many hours they did where they got the oxygen arc on it, because it was a very, very good image. It did look really good, but I don't think he's mentioning how many hours he took on it. There's a lot of writing. I'm having to scan it. I'm speed reading. I can't see it. Tell you what I will do though. I'll share this picture and see if I can get it up. Window capture. Okay, that one there. Okay. That was the image that caused a lot of excitement. Where they imaged Andromeda for a long time, and they caught this. What it was, they were doing long exposures on it, and at first they thought it was a flaw on either the filter or the camera, and then they realised it actually was an O3 sort of arc that sits by Andromeda. I doubt we're going to capture this tonight, but you never know. There's also a very interesting part on it here, but this was the arc that they exposed and everyone talks about. Right, but we're not doing that one at the moment. We're doing this one. Right, let's have a look. There's definitely no arc on that. But then we're not taking O3. So there you go. Yeah, I think that's the one I'm talking about, Daryl. There was about 3 or 4 people, I think, that did the collaboration on it. 230. I've read that the halos of the Milky Way and Andromeda have already started to merge. Yeah, there's a lot of discussion about that. I mean, the actual galaxies, they reckon they'll just sort of merge together. There won't be like a massive collision or anything like that. I always wonder whether it's going to be like the Whirlpool galaxy, you know, where you got this one huge galaxy and it looks like it's sucking in the other one at the bottom. But I think they're gonna merge. They're very similar sized. I mean, I think Andromeda is wider across, but mass wise they're very similar apparently. So I don't think you're going to have one sort of engulfing the other. It's just going to be a blend of the two. Whenever it's going to happen, who knows? Yeah, I wasn't sure about the processing on that one, Daryl. It's yeah, it almost without. There's a lot of detail there, obviously. I think sometimes you got to be careful. It can look a bit too much, bit too oversaturated or too cartoonish. But this is the thing about astrophotography. It is your artistic impression. There isn't a right or wrong. It's what you feel, what you're happy with. If you're happy with it, then it's right. Maybe a stars go supernova tonight in Andromeda. Can you imagine that, Corinne? How great that would be. I'm live streaming. I mean, I had a moon live stream where the moon was basically out for about 5 minutes. But in that 5 minutes, an aeroplane flew across it, amazingly. But I don't think we're going to get it. We had the supernova star, didn't we, in M101, the Pinwheel Galaxy. That was quite good. I captured that. I was happy to get that. That was good. But, yeah, some of these things that do appear are worth capturing and looking at. I would like to try and get this new comet. That would be good. I mean, people were saying it could almost be brighter than Neowise, and you'll see it with the naked eye. But it all depends, doesn't it? It keeps changing. They keep changing what they're saying about it. So, I don't know. Looks like me Obsy cameras have decided to disconnect yet again. I don't know. I think I'll definitely go for something. I mean, I like the Ring because obviously it links with all my other cameras, but I'm not sure it's the best camera for my Obsy. Beetlejuice might go in the... Well, it might have already gone. I mean, it's far enough away. It could have got... Well, it has to have gone if we want to see it, don't we? It's going to be a long time before we see it. They reckon that when Beetlejuice goes, it'll be like a full moon light for about a week. That's what I've read, which would be interesting. It's going to muck up our imaging, isn't it? But it'd be an interesting thing, especially if it can be seen, say, in the daylight or something, and you can photograph it. It'd be interesting. Be very interesting. Yeah, so clear it'll ruin our, it'll ruin all of our imaging. Thanks, Martin. Night to you too. I'm sure you got more busy days coming. Take care. Thanks for coming in. It's good. The subs are still coming in. It doesn't look like anything's being haloed out with clouds or anything like that. 60-second subs helps, really. All stars have micronovas. Possibly. I mean, I find it amazing that we know some of what we know anyway. I mean, somebody asked me a question on one of my videos of how do they measure the distances in space, and I googled it, and they use many different techniques to try and work out the distances to other galaxies and things, and you do wonder how much of it is correct and how much of it is theory. You know, we only got to look at since the James Webb Telescope's gone up, you know, Brian Cox has said, you know, we're learning new stuff, and things that we thought we actually have had to rethink, you know. So that proves that some of it is theory. That's what they think. It's not until somebody proves them wrong that they know that what they thought is incorrect. And yeah, and so we're always learning. Ah, I wonder if we're going to get another display of the Northern Lights like we had back in May. Now that was something amazing. I was blown away by that. Yeah, you need to do 60 seconds, Simon. Although if you're on a narrowband target, you're going to see nothing. Pete, can I ask you, did you get to see the Northern Lights in May when it happened, that amazing show. It must have looked just phenomenal in Scotland. I think you did. I think you shared some pictures and video. Yeah, I mean, for us to get it down here was quite something. And I have actually captured a little purple hue on my all sky camera to the north, and it said there was going to be some activity, but to see it, yes, of course I did. Yeah, I did see your video, and it was amazing. If any of you have not checked out Pete's Astrophotography, he's got a video of the Northern Lights, and it's fantastic. The dancing lights and everything, it's really, really good. I thought we had quite an amazing show down here, but up there, yeah, it was a lot stronger. I remember I was sitting in my lounge, just down in the house, imaging, and everything went wrong. And I thought, what's going on with my computer? What's going on with my observatory? I had to go outside to find out what was going on. And then I ended up on the phone with Simon, and we were both like running around like children, giggling, taking photos and video because we just couldn't believe what we could see. That was amazing, absolutely amazing. Just walked out into a rainbow. So we got more coming your way. Well, we have to keep our eyes open and hope for the best. See some more. The Carrington event of 1859 was not a one-off. Yeah, planets. Now there's something that I would like to do a little bit of, and I've not got into at all. But I kind of do fancy having a look at them at some point, definitely, and giving it a go. Oh dear, can't be yawning. What's going on? It'll be Jupiter. Yeah, I think Luke Matico has done a bit on Jupiter recently. He's got some nice captures on it. I think he's got C11, so perfect for that. Yeah, that's nice, Darryl. I really like to do that. Halley Bop in a year. Amazing. In year my twins were born, yeah. Yeah. Apparently Halley's Comet, I'll be I think it's 96 when Halley's Comet comes back. I've told my wife I've got to live till then, so I can picture Halley's Comet before I fall over. Never know. I might be lucky. Do you know what I love about doing things like this and having chats is you hear about things you haven't heard of before. And I have heard of the Carrington event, but I want to have a look at it now. I've just googled it, so I want to look it up. Halley Bop was outstanding. Oh, nice. Oh, that would be good, Pete. You have to let us know how you get on with that. Yeah, I've heard Mars is up. That's one I'd like to image and try and get the ice cap on the top. I've seen some nice images of that, if you can get it like that. I've actually got a Meade 8-inch SCT, and I'm thinking of using that. I've got some smaller cameras like planetary ones, but the 533 might work well with that. I'm not sure. I don't know if that's going to get me zoomed in enough, but I definitely would like to try planetary. I've not done it, so I'll be a complete novice at it. But yeah, I think I'll have to watch some videos and give it a go. The Carrington event was the greatest solar storm. Took place at the beginning of September 1859. That'd be really interesting. I'm going to have a good old read up of that, actually. That looks really interesting. I love it. They're saying when is the next counting event? Every 500 years. So, Oh, right. January, February. Brilliant. So I've got a bit of time to get myself together to be able to image that. That's great. I might give that a go. Do you think the 533 on an 8-inch SCT would do a good job on that, or do you think I need something with a smaller sensor? Done. Yeah. Yeah, I know. Seeing that's your issue, isn't it? In the UK, the seeing. Um, you've really got to get one that's high as possible, really, haven't you? If it's down by the horizon, forget it. You're the first person to ever say smaller, Glim. Uh, yeah. ASI 678. Okay. I'm actually wondering. I'm trying to think what I've got as my I think my all sky camera is a planetary camera. That might be worth grabbing off of there and using that. I'll sort something out though, definitely. Um, I'll have something that'll be suitable. I've got a 290, but that's mono, so I don't want to do it in mono. I want to do it in colour. I'd like to try and capture some of that detail. We're at that point here with the Andromeda where it's just not really changing a lot. I'm sure the detail is getting richer. I'm trying to see on my screen. It's definitely, we had a dust lane appear here, and then the definition is starting to come here as well, and there's a few bits here which definitely weren't there earlier on. But it's such subtle differences in it. It's hard to see it growing quick, but it's getting there. It's getting there. I've got to try and remember what camera I've got in my all sky cam. I'm going to have a look. Actually, it will tell me if I go to there. It will tell me what the camera is. I think if I look at the all sky program. I've got an ASI 224 MC. I wonder if that would be better. I could use that. Yeah, the Triangulum Galaxy is nice, isn't it, Daryl? Get some nice detail in that. Yeah, I thought that, Kevin. It is classed as a planetary camera, so I think I could just take that out of my all sky cam and give that a go. I'd be fine. I'll definitely have something that'll be suitable. Give it a go. I'm gonna the Mead SET. I've had a while and I haven't really done anything with it, so it is something that I need to dig out, and that'll be a perfect opportunity to have a go. The biggest problem I have is when I've got mounts working with scopes, I don't like to touch them. Scares me to touch them because then they stop working. So I definitely want to, but I think I'll definitely swap it onto maybe the EQ6 and go with that and see what I can get. I'd love to get Saturn, Mars, Jupiter. Yeah, I agree. I agree, Darryl. It would be nice. It'd be lovely to see that. It would be lovely. Yeah, do you need smaller pixel size so you can get the definition on that, I assume, Pete? I think I've actually got one of Altair's planetary cameras sitting around. They're giving it to me for a bit of solar, which I haven't been able to look at. I'll definitely be able to get hold of something to do it. So I think my light came on outside. That'll be one of my dogs coming up for a wee. Must be left a trap for me outside the door. It's their usual technique. Yeah, so that pixel size, what's that, 3.76, isn't it, on the 533? Might be a bit big. So that's 2. That's quite a good size, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, you're totally right there, Pete. The pixel size is 3.75 on 224, so you want a smaller pixel. I shall look into that. I'll make sure I get a camera that will do a decent job. Yeah, I can imagine it'll need that. What, the dwarf 2, see if it can get hold of a planet. Mind you, the dwarf 3's out now, isn't it? I'm not sure what that's going to be like, how much better it is. I'm assuming it's got an upgraded sensor, but it's just going to do the same sort of thing, isn't it? So I was looking at Andromeda the other day with the binoculars, and it's just a little smudge. I mean, they're not powerful, the binoculars, at all, but they do help you to see it. And yeah, it's amazing when you get it under a telescope and a camera, the detail that you expose. And it's making me want to maybe sort of get an eyepiece on my CT10 and have a look. Ah, you had trouble with your one, did you, Daryl? Yeah. They do that heated ring now, don't they? That heated lens retaining ring. I don't know if that helps with that. Simon, take care, man. No, thank you ever so much. Thanks for coming in. I hope your gear's all right, mate. I hope you haven't done any damage to it. And I'll catch you later. And if I don't speak to you before, I'll speak to you Monday. Take care, mate. I think we're definitely actually on this star here. I can start to see it's. I mean, I don't know if you can see it on the YouTube stream, but I'm definitely getting a slight blue hue to that one, and I've got some nice orangey red stars coming over on this area here. There's a little orangey one. So the colours are definitely coming through more and more. Definitely coming through more and more. I wonder how it's going at Kelling. Titch, are you still there? Is it clouded over, or is it still letting you image? I hope you're still getting clear skies, mate. I hope you're still getting them. Alternative version of image. I think that's an unstretched. Yeah, that looks great, doesn't it? We'll go back to the stretched. Definitely looks better. Red, green, blue. I'm quite surprised actually that the night has stayed as clear as it has, because the forecast was for high cloud. You just never know how it's gonna run. Sometimes it runs wide. I'm gonna have a quick look on weather radar. Give me a little indication of what's going on, because the forecast showing some clouds and moon, so there is cloud about. Let's have a look. There's a little bit coming in actually, just a little bank, and then it's clear behind it, so nothing major. And it could be very thin high cloud, so it might not affect us at all, which is a good thing, which is a really good thing. How are we doing? Everything's running okay. I'm just going to check on the Nina page and see how we're guiding. Everything must be guiding fine, because as I say, all the stars are nice and round. We've not got any problems anywhere. Let's have a look at that. Yeah, you're lucky. I've got a little bit coming towards me, Darryl, but nothing much. Oh, you're on the wizard, Mark. Nice. Did you see the wizard I posted recently? I was really happy with that image. The colours came out so nice. So I've definitely got a little bit of high cloud. I'm looking on PhD2, and the guiding jumped about a little bit. It's at 0.7 now, but it had gone up to 0.998 actually. So a little bit of high cloud coming in there, but there's nothing at the moment, so that's good. Yeah, I like the wizard actually. I must admit, it's a target I've imaged a few times, and then I got mine was, I think it was 19 hours. You got 28 hours so far. Oh, nice. That should have some nice detail. But I got it was 19 hours on mine of SHO. It came out really nice. I loved what came out on the blue, because it, when I was editing it, it sort of went from a cyan into a deep blue with the black dust mixed in with it. I just really liked the overall look it gave. It was very nice. Very nice indeed. Good luck with that, Mark, and please share that image when you're done. You know, tag me into it so I can see it, because I do like to see. I do like to see others' images. Simon the Simon's Astro did a nice wizard recently. I think Cloud Magnet's going to have it on their calendar, so it's very nice. Oh, Don, you've got a sky thermometer now into the home assist. That's nice. That is actually something I've been talking with others, Daryl, Simon. I want a cloud monitor. Speaking to some people about making one, because it's obviously a lot cheaper, but it's making sure it's going to do the right thing and work. But yeah, a cloud monitor, definitely for my observatory, so that I can go to sleep and never have to even worry about it. And then you can also, with Nina, set it up with the safety monitor, that if it clouds over, it will park it, shut all the roof and everything. But then if it clears again, say an hour later, it will actually reopen the roof and carry on where it left off. And I would like that. That would be really nice, because sometimes you get those nights, don't you? You might have an hour or two of really poor cloud, and then it clears again, and you end up missing all of that clear sky, because you've shut up shop because of the bad bit. So yeah, it'd be nice to have that. I've got to. It's one of those things. It's another project. I'll have to get round to it at some point. Maybe this year, but more than likely not. I've got so much to do on the house and the garden. It'll more likely be next year now. But hey ho, it's not a rush. I'm going to be around for a while yet, so I've got plenty of time. I hope the Andromeda is coming through nice on YouTube. I'm looking at it on. I've got a YouTube screen up. I'm just having a quick look. And the colour's definitely there. It does look nice. It is coming through. I think it's slightly better on my screen, but only slightly. Yeah, we were looking at it. I know, and Andy. Oh, thanks, Pete. Yeah, it is looking nice. Yeah, it's coming through. I was talking to Andy Bennett about it, and he'd priced up the parts for the sort of sky thermometer and the ground thermometer and all of the parts, and I think it only sort of was 50 odd pounds to build one that would have the same components as the Cloud Watcher by Lunatico, and I think their one, I'm not sure, with all the bits, is quite a few £100. So but building the cloud sensor is one part. You've then got to program it. You've actually got to let it know what goes on for it to sort of know it's cloudy. It's not as magic as you think, where it sees the clouds. But yeah, if we can get one built and working reliably, that would be a fantastic add-on. I'm sure a lot of people would be interested in that, and it would make a good video as well for people to see. I never know, I might end up upsetting another company. Upset one with the roll-off roof, telling people how to do it cheap. So I'll carry on my good work, upset another one by doing a cloud sensor. Oh, it's brilliant, Don. Well done, mate. I mean, that's the part of the hobby I love, you know, when you can build something yourself and it works and it costs a fraction of what, you know, other people are asking. There's something quite nice about that. So, yeah, well done, mate. Well done. Yeah, I've actually got a 3D printer that someone gave me, and I've never used it. I've tried a few little times to play with it, but again, for me, it's finding the time to sit down and learn it. Yeah, Pete, they did. Yeah. Basically, when I did my initial roll-off roof, I used an app by Skyroof, and they put it out actually available online that you could download it, no problem. Obviously, I did a video then on how to integrate that with a gate motor for running your roof. And what happened was they made some changes to their app, and a few people found that their certain bits weren't working, and they started contacting the company. And then they realised that there was a lot of people were doing it themselves and not paying them ridiculous amounts of money to get them a roof system. And they contacted me. They were all right. They were okay. They just said, would you please take down the part that was sharing the app? They couldn't stop me sharing the sketch for the Arduino or the ASCOM driver, because they're both open source programs, and so they, being open source, anyone can use them, so they couldn't stop that. And I said, there, that's fine, and I don't use the app anyway. I just use Nina and the ASCOM driver, and it all works absolutely fine. There was just a feature they had in their app which used to check whether the mount was parked before it tried to close the roof. I got round that by, when I built my observatory, I made a point of building it so that even if the scope was in its highest position, the roof cannot come in contact with it. That way I had no fear whatsoever of a roof hitting a scope. And that was one of the decisions I made. So I don't need that feature. Yeah, but they did. They complained in a nice way. Must have cost them a fortune. I thought that too. I think that was they were selling like a kit for the roof systems, and it was a lot of money. It was like £1,200 for the whole thing, and all it was an Arduino in a nice aluminium box, coloured. Yeah, and you can just get the Arduino and write the sketch and get it to operate everything and put it in your own little waterproof box, and Bob's your uncle. It's off and running. It costs you about £25. So yeah, it was just one of those things. Absolutely, Pete. I think that is the best way, because you never know. You know, if something can go wrong. Keep it simple. If you make it so that there's no way the roof can hit the scope, you've never got to worry about it. If you do it so that, yeah, if the scope's up and the roof shuts and it hits the scope, you're going to do so much damage, it's not worth it. So and I had this sort of big thought process about it. I don't image below 30 degrees really anyway. If I want to, I could do that off a tripod in the garden. The higher walls also give you more wind protection. So there's a lot of pluses of doing it that way. It's definitely the consideration I had anyway. How's Andromeda doing? Let's see. I'm going to see how many subs we've got built up on this thing. And we'll see how much integration time in total we're looking at. So we have got 133 subs. So we're 2 hours, just over 2 hours of integration. 2 hours 13 minutes to be precise. So interesting. It's coming along nicely. I mean, yeah, for that amount of time, it's looking quite good. It just shows though, the more time you get, the more detail you're going to get come out. How long do we push it though? I'm hardcore. I'll sit here for however long it takes. You want me to sit here for 16 hours? Yeah, do. There's no chance. If this was a live stream for 16 hours, right? A, there wouldn't be this many one left, and B, I would definitely at some point be asleep dribbling in this chair. Now, who knows? That could go viral. You know, who knows? Might be the one. Maybe I'll do it. Maybe I'll do it. Do you know what though? Nugsy said to me about having a coffee machine. I am now absolutely sitting here thinking, I've got to have a coffee machine up here. I am definitely going to get one. David John, I would dip in and out to see the end result. I would as well. But it's great that you're here. I'm glad. I hope you're enjoying it. I hope you like the image that's coming through. I think those dust lanes are definitely getting stronger. Daryl, you've got everything, mate. You're mad. I need to sort something out. I've got some pods. I've actually got Nespresso pods because I've got an espresso machine. But the water tank, as the non-return valve has gone wrong, and I think it's old and you can't buy that bit anyway. And I need to get a new. I want to see if I can. I should look on eBay and see if I can get a new tank for it. If I can get a new tank for it, there's nothing wrong with it. It works great. Oh, thank you ever so much, Zoopy John. It's really kind of you. I don't need to put anything up. You can look at it. You can look at Andromeda. What have I got that you could look at? What have I got on my computer that you get? Do you know what? I've tried this before, Nugsy. I tried to put up an image for people to look at, and for some reason, OSB won't show a photograph. So if you've got an image on your computer, I tried to show it on OSB and it just comes up blank. Let me have a look, see if I can find it. Hang on. Let me grab up. I'll tell you what, I'm going to share something. If I can, I don't think I can. I'm going to share something with you that I've not shared with anyone. He says, looking desperately for the picture. I don't even know if I saved it. Did I save it? Yeah, it's a JPEG, right? I've got it here. Now. Yeah, you're totally right, Mark. I should just buy a new one, really, shouldn't I? Right. window capture, and I'm on it, and the window's there, and I've got a picture on my screen, and on OBS or OS, whatever it's called, it's blank. It will not display the image. I don't know why. It doesn't make sense, but it won't display the image. I don't know why. It's showing it, the JPEG, but the actual picture is blank. So, there you go. That's the JPEG. Fantastic. So I don't know how to show pictures. Can't do it. Yeah, get rid of that. It's not working. That's a real shame, that. I wonder if I share it to a... I don't know how to do it. I don't know how to get an image on the screen, because it won't let me. I wonder if I open it. If I open it in Photoshop, I wonder if that'll let me post it. Got to work it out now, you see. See what you're making me do? Right, I'll give this a go. See what happens. Right, we don't want that there. That can go down there. Right. Let's have a look. I'll see if I can get my image up. Yeah, if I do that though, my desktop, right, if you saw my desktop at the moment, you'd know why I don't want it on my desktop. Right, hang on. I've got an idea. Bear with me. Why's it not showing the image? I've got an image on the screen. It's not showing it. It's showing the background bit. Why's it doing that? Oh, it won't let you show an image. Why won't it let you show an image? It doesn't make sense. Stupid program. Yeah, look, it's a program. Look, there's a picture there, and it won't show it. It doesn't make sense either. Right. Okay. Yeah. Can you do that? Can you go through the timeline and show it growing? That'd be really cool if we could fast forward that. That'd be really good, actually. I suppose if you grab it and go back, you can slowly... Mind you, I don't know about slowly. I just did it like high speed. Drag it on desktop and show desktop. You're joking me, man. What a mess that would be. Shall I try it? I'll try it. I'm going to try it. I'm going to try it, Daryl. I'm going to try and share this image. I want to show you this SH2-173 Phantom mask, because it's quite an interesting target. Right, if I drag it here, what have I done? Where's it gone? Oh my god. I can't move PixInsight. Yeah, I did that. I put the name in the image, and it still won't do it. It won't bring it up. It says it's there, but it won't bring it up. I'll try again though, because I'd like to know how to do it. You must be able to share an image. I can't believe that you can't. Astrophotography. Let's get the image up again, and I'll see if I can follow what you've just said. There it is. There it is. Right. Let's have a look. So, add window capture. Okay. The window's there. Stars. What you? No, it's got the name in it. Oh man. Oh, Brian, that won't work either. I've got this 43-inch widescreen monitor, which is curved, and the problem is if I put something on it, it'll come up as the most stupidest letterbox ever. Went out on. Just won't have it. I don't know what's the matter with it. No. It's not going to do it. This is going to be one of those things. I'm going to have to go away and find out how to do it. You have to tell the scene what the image is called, and it can't be in a folder. What the image can't be in a folder. Right, okay. I see what you're saying. So I'm going to drag it onto the desktop. Problem is that I can't move pics inside. It won't let me put it on the. I can't see it on the. Oh God! Everything is just so annoying on computers. Right? Can I drag it there? Yes, it's there. Right. Okay. This is what we want. It's not in a folder now. I know what you're saying, but it really won't do it. I can't do it. It's just blank. I've given it a name. It's got the name. It's got a drop down. It won't even let me type anything in that's different. Ah. Oh. I found it. I found something. Look, there it is. So that is SH2 173 that I'm currently working on, and I've got 2 more nights to add to this. Do you know what? It's called the Phantom of the Opera mask. I think he looks like more like Animal from the Muppets. That's my personal feeling, but I think the orange hue tends to bring that. But if I'm getting more data because you've got this nice HA structures in the background, so I want to try and bring that out. And I'm going to push. I've only done a very quick edit on this, so the idea, I'm actually imaging it tonight. I think I've got 2 more nights to add to this. I think it is going to be a 30. It's going to need like 30 hours plus before it really starts to punch. But I do like it. I don't know what the detail levels are quite good. It's definitely this was very fuzzy. This area here was really blurred in the first night. But it's coming through. It's nice to take an image on something I've not done before. So, oh, thanks, Stitch. Thanks, everyone. That's really good. Looks like your pooch. Yeah, yeah. It's come out. It's come out quite well, that one. I'm really hoping that's gonna produce a nice image at the end. I just need more data to try and get a good separation, but bring out more background, and that'll be good. Yeah. There you go. That's my latest project. I did try the flying dragon, it just wasn't going well. I just wasn't feeling that image. It just wasn't working for me. But this is my CT10, which is just a phenomenal scope, and it does take great images. Right, if I leave that there, right, for a second, there's Andromeda. Thank you, Brian. That's very kind of you. I'm going to leave that there for 2 seconds, and I'm literally going to disappear, and I'm going to go for about 2 minutes while I quickly make a coffee, because I've got a coffee waiting for me. It just needs some milk frothed, and then I'll be there. So I shall be right back. Enjoy SH2 173 for a sec. I always make this mistake. My garden's so dark, if I don't take a torch, I won't find my way back. Okay, I'm back. Coffee in hand. Good news, it's cold out there, but it is as clear as anything. I've been very lucky. Yeah, it said there would be a bit of cloud about, but I seem to have escaped it, and it is lovely out there. Okay. What have you all been saying? Pete, looking at, yeah, Flying Dragon, man, I was looking at mine, and it is really difficult to get it look nice. It's all HA, you sound like this really red image. I think I'll have a go at it. I need to change my scope though. 750 is too close. I need to get step out a little bit to get a nice field of view on it. I suppose not. I something beginning with S. So we are thinking Simon needs to have some work done on his mount. It's got a bit sticky, so we are planning on having a strip down of that and possibly doing it as a live stream, so that we can share working on a mount on there. You can watch me break it on live. It'd be cool. Simon's gone to bed now, so he didn't hear that, so I'll get away with that. No, they're not too bad to do, Dale. I mean, yeah, as long as you've got the right tools, bit of patience, don't force anything. The EQ mounts are quite easy to work on. You just got to take your time with them, and you know, just sort of put them together gently. Don't over tighten things. Everyone over tightens everything. That's what you got to be really careful. The ping of doom could be game over for me tonight. Oh man, Titch, I'm so sorry, man. I'm so sorry. I seem to have grabbed all the clear skies. Mind you, I paid the price. My first live stream was completely ruined. Enjoy my coffee, thank you, man. I love coffee. Got to have a coffee. Pixie blows my mind, Titch. Yeah, are you talking about Pixie Insight? Yeah, it's not the most intuitive program, but boy, is it powerful. Yeah, I'll tell you what though, Tom. Both my dogs looked at me to say, "Where have you been? You're supposed to be on the sofa letting us sit next to you and be warm for the night, but I've been out here all night, so." Too many options. Yeah, I know what you're saying, mate, but seriously, have you got Pix Insight, Mark? Or have you just tried the free one? I hope you like that image. What else have I got? Let's see if I can share another image. Andromeda's looking good. That was my wizard. I was really proud of it. This came out really well. I mean, the detail levels that I managed to grab, and this was from the same scope we're using tonight, the VX6. It's got picture, right? Yeah. Well, stick with it, Mark, because it is an amazing program. However, I don't use WBPP. I use AstroPixel processor to do my stacking. I found the Pix Insight one a little bit too unreliable. I don't know. I mean, it could be me. It more likely is me. But yeah, I like AstroPixel processor for that, and then I use Pix Insight for the post processing. Yeah. It's 750 millimeters, Nugsy. f5. So really nice scope, really nice scope. But the mirror, like I say, the Strel rating on it was 99.7, something like that. I mean, phenomenal. Orion Optics UK do they do make a lovely mirror. They really do. And I must admit, my CT10 mirror, I think that's 99.8 Strel rating. Oh no, 98.8 Strel rating. Brilliant mirror. The VX6 is actually a high rating, but obviously the CT10 sucks in more light, so really nice. It is worth sticking with though, isn't it, Don? I mean, once you sort of get used to it and that lot, you're okay. Yeah, RC Astro's tools, Pete, I totally agree with you. They are game changing, without a doubt. Absolutely game changing. I mean, I reprocessed my NGC 6888, the Crescent Nebula, using Blur Exterminator. Let me just quickly see if I can show you a comparison. Bear with me a second. So that was NGC 6888 Crescent Nebula 1. Got me an APOD 17th of June 2021. Absolutely brilliant. Everything has gone out of focus. What, on screen? I don't know if that's me or you. Hi Charles, glad you could join in. Hello there. So that's NGC then, and I've since re-edited it, also using sorry, I've just got to find the right drive on my computer, using Blur Exterminator. And you should hopefully see it now, and it's a lot sharper, a lot more definition in it. Can you all see that? I'm really pleased with it. I mean, it makes me want to put it in for another APOD. You never know your luck. But I've been going back actually, looking at some older images I've done, just seeing if I can bring out any more detail on them and that. So it's definitely Blur. I mean, Blur Exterminator is a game changer, absolute game changer. I used to do deconvolution, and it used to take me on average about 20 minutes to deconvolute an image. And Blur Exterminator now, I mean, I've got it on CUDA core acceleration as well. It takes about 20 seconds, and what a job it does. It does a better job than I ever did manually. Russ Croman is a bit of a hero there for doing that. He's done a fantastic thing for astrophotography. Yeah, absolutely fantastic. Oh, when it hard work, Pete, it was hard work, wasn't it? It was really hard work. I've got so many images I want to revisit and do again. As I say, the main one I'm going to do is Horsehead Nebula this year. Really want to get on that. Uh, are you doing it on mono, Mark? That's one question. Because obviously mono, that gives you that opportunity to push the O3 and get it. One shot colour's a lot trickier. To get certain colours out, you always end up more red than anything else. One shot colour, yeah, it's hard to get the blue out. It's there are ways of doing it. But yeah, you'll have to work at it. This is my one shot colour Andromeda that I did recently, and this was from the Altair 70 EDQ, the quadruplet, which they've recently dropped the price quite dramatically on. It's an absolute bargain of a scope. Really nice scope. And, yeah, you can get some really nice detail there. I used no filter one night, and then the second night I used their Tri RGB filter, which helped me bring out the HA. Yeah, I was quite pleased with that. It's quite nice. But that was 2 nights of data, 3 minute subs on that one. So I was getting a lot more time on that. What else have I taken with the EDQ? There was quite a few. This was taken with the EDQ, which was quite a good one. This is where I think one shot colour can take some nice images of dark nebula. Always interesting. It's a shame really I didn't get, I think it's called the Wolf's Cave, which is further down. Not quite wide enough to get it all in, but nice image. I like the dark shark. It is a favourite, one of the little favourites of mine. I really do think it's quite a stunning little image, and I always wanted to capture it because I couldn't get it where I used to live, which was Ball 7. It was a nightmare. Absolute nightmare. This is an image I've not actually shared. I want to I did this with a VX6, but I want to redo this because I'm not sure of it yet. It's the Lobster Claw Nebula, but the edit I've done was so quick. There's no calibration frames. I've got amp glow on the far right. Interesting colours coming through. I did like this kind of region here with the red, but yeah, I wanna actually sit down and edit this properly. I need to put some calibration frames into it as well, but that could be interesting. That was a close up on the lobster claw, which I was working on. I quite like it because there's some good detail in it, and the colours, yeah, they were really interesting. I'm getting cyans and blues and all sorts going on with that. So yep, another little interesting project. There's loads going on. I certainly didn't. I did it, Mark. The Dark Shark. I did it with a 130 PDS Skywatcher, which I've still got. I've still got that scope. Haven't used it for a while. What year was Cloud Camp? I'll never be able to find the image. I need to. That's what the next thing I'm doing is I'm trying to rearrange all my images. I can never, whenever I want an image, I can never find it. I'm like, where's that image? I can't remember what year it was now. Looks like a shot parrot. Maybe that's a good name for it, that is. Better than lobster claw. Don't anything like a lobster claw. Shot parrot. Yeah, I like it. This is what I want to work on. I want to work on a really detailed image of this Horsehead Nebula. That's what I'd like to work on. A really good image on that. Definitely. October 22-ish. Right, I've got the year. God knows. October. Right, let's have a look. Is it in there? No. Definitely got the right year. It was definitely around then, but I don't know where I did the edit, because that's the problem. Some of my images are listed when I edited them rather than when they were taken, which isn't a great idea because it means you can never find them. Yeah, I can't find it, because that was I took that as a mono image as well. This was a good dark nebula image, the Ghost Nebula. That one came out quite well. I was quite pleased with that one. Quite good detail on that. But there's something about the Dark Shark. I can't find it. But that's typical of me. I can, whenever I want something, I can never find it. So this is why I want to spend a good amount of time on my PC and try and organise it so I know where things are. Because it is so easy to get into such a mess and not know where things is. Right. The Horsehead was one of them. Would never have assumed to image it one day myself. Yeah, I love the Horsehead Nebula, and I think HA as well. You can really bring out some detail, and I want to get right into that. I want to get in right into that. I can remember when someone had his first sub come from Andromeda. Yeah, that was cool. Any tips on limiting hour attached brightness while imaging the flame and Horsehead with a DSLR? It's really, really tough. Allen Attack is a real tester for anyone, and even, I've used Chroma 3nm filters, and Allen Attack will still halo. It's a killer. Not really. Possibly shorter subs, and a lot of them, to try and keep it down. But it's post-processing. You might be able to keep it off, mask it out a bit, and don't stretch it too much. But yeah, it's a bright one. It's a bright one. Blur X mine. I mean, I know there are tools for halos. I tell you what, it wouldn't surprise me if SETI Astro doesn't bring out a tool to kill that. But you get it on a few. Is it IC63? There's a few images where there's stars that you just, to control them is nigh on impossible. They're just so bright. They're just so bright. And you just can't really do a lot about it. Do you know, when I look at my data that I've got, I just think, my God, how many images have I taken? It's crazy. Here's one you mostly haven't seen. Can anyone name this target? Yeah, a little competition. First one to name the target. I took this with my CT10. It's very small. Very little interesting. I think it's a planetary nebula. But who can name it? Daryl, you are so boring. Yes, it's the Fetus Nebula. Well done. Right, let's see how Andromeda is doing. It definitely feels like it's at that point where it's not really, it's going to take a lot more integration to get more out of it. Yeah, it was way too small, mate. I shot it with a VX6, the Fetus, and it was minute. I got the CT10 on it, and it was still small, and I had to really crop in. And I think that was at 1200. I was taking that. So yeah, a real tough little target, that one, but very interesting because it wasn't one I'd seen before. I like taking images of things I haven't seen before. This is one that when there's a real killer star. I think it's IC63, is it? And I basically push the star off the page, and so it looks like it's looking at it. It's almost like a dragon's head. Right, there you go. There you go, Daryl. That was the VX6. That's that 750 millimeters. Very good definition again, but very small. Yeah, I mean, lots of stars, nice colours and everything, but yeah, sort of kind of gets a little bit lost in there. But a very unusual target, and just sits on its own. There's nothing much around it. A bit of a weird one, that Fetus Nebula. Yeah, the ring. I have taken that. You can get a bit of extra on it, but it's one that needs a lot of integration to get that. Oh, thanks, Nugsy. Yeah, I'll be honest with you, mate. If you have the star in there, it's just it's blown crazy. It's got a huge halo on it. On the fetus, Mark, I had, on the close-up one, that was the CT10, my Rhinopsic CT, and on the smaller one, it was the VX6. So one was 1200 millimeters, one was 750 millimeters. Both Newtonian scopes. So my favourite scope, really. I love Newtonians. A lot of people hate them. Some people don't like them, but bang for buck, you can't beat them, mate. You know, for light gathering, zoom distance, cost. Yeah, you know, my CT10 was not a cheap scope, but if you wanted a refractor with the same kind of focal length, yeah, you're looking at ridiculous money if you could even buy one. That's a real shame, Titch. I went outside. It's lovely and clear at the moment, so I seem to have had the luck tonight, which is good. It's nice. Oh, well, just got your set of instructions on how to add an image. What I found I had to do to add the image was I had to change. Yeah, the 200 PDS is nice, Mark. Yeah, you'll get some lovely images from that. That will do a good job. What did I do? I'll tell you what I did. I'll get a picture up and then I'll tell you what I did because I'll look it up. It's not that one. I'm not putting that image up. That was awful. What have I got on here? That I've got. I haven't even edited that. Was this my one-shot cut? Oh, this was one-shot colour, wasn't it? Oh yeah, this had some detail on it. This was one-shot colour of the Tulip Nebula. Just 3 nights. Yeah, what I had to do on the window page, it had capture method, and it came up with automatic. If you click automatic, it goes black. If you click bit Windows 7 and up, nothing comes up. If you go down to the bottom which says Windows 10 1903 and up, you get your picture. So that's what I did. Yeah, that was 3 nights of the Tulip Nebula, and it was quite amazing how that image grew. So this was the first night, and then that was the second night. So the 2 nights together, and then that was the third night. And this area here really did start to pop on the third night. Yeah, the background detail really popped through. I did like the colouring on that on the first night, but I was having to stretch that quite hard. There you go. Titch, live streamer. I dare you. And you, Stuart. We could get them on stereo. I've got my resident owl hooting away outside at the moment. Yeah, I know where you're coming from there. I wouldn't ever get away with that either. If I did that to my wife, he'd be like, oh, what is all these men? You're just cowards. Come on. I mean, I wear the trousers in my relationship. She chooses which ones I wear, but I wear them, you know. Should destroy all your Astro kit, yeah. That's a good enough reason not to do it. You can sell for free on eBay now. Yeah, it was on an advert earlier. You'd come down to a smouldering Astro shed, wouldn't you? It wouldn't be your pride and joy anymore. It'd be just a pile of ashes. Yeah, I wouldn't want to go there. Be funny though. Seriously. No, if you look at the advert, the girl looks at the man's dog. I think she looks to sell that, and they say no, no chance. I'm not even going to crack any jokes about my wife on this because she will go back and look at the video. Happy wife, happy life. It's very true. It's very true. Hey Corinne, did you come back? Right, Mark, no wife bliss. But who cooks your dinner? Who who strokes your head when you're tired? Who looks after you? You see, you haven't got all that, you see. It's going well, Corinne. I mean, we've actually been looking at some of my other pictures. He's been looking for Ryan. I bet he hasn't found him. And he called us cowards. She's watching you, mate. More than likely, my wife will not be watching me. This is 12:15, mate. 10 p.m. She is. That's it. She's finished. She might push 10:30 if there's something really good on the telly. Maybe a bit of tennis or something. She'll stay up and watch that if it's a really good match. But 10 o'clock, nah. The new village. The new village is treating me well. Treating me very well, thank you. I'm still here, bud. I do. Well, you getting married, Mark? Well, I'll be fair to my wife. She doesn't like staying up late, but she does rise very early. She's always up very early, which is good for me because it means I don't have to be woken up by the dogs because they want to go out for a wee or have something to eat. Although when she's not home, which is every other week, because she goes off for work, I have to get up early for the dogs, which can be a killer, especially if I've done something like this and spent the night imaging or something. But it's a small price to pay, so I don't mind. Oh, that's nice, Stuart. That's a good thing. Thanks, Corinne. Yeah, the data is coming out very nicely. It's starting to look really good. Yeah, it's a nice target, isn't it? I tell you what, I want to do a live stream as soon as Orion comes round. I think I'm going to do a live stream on Orion, and we'll get that because that will really start to punch nice and quick. So we should be able to get that up. Well, I'm glad it looks good on the 4K TV. I do still go out to dark skies, yes, when I get a chance. I've even bought a new gadget, actually. Let me show you. Let me show you. This is such an old man gadget. This is great. I've been thinking about getting these for a while, and I can't wait to use them. I bought these. They're electronic hand warmers. I've actually got them on. They're lovely. They are so warm. Oh. In fact, they're hot. They're going to be great. And they're rechargeable. So that's really cool. And, yep, perfect. And so I'm going to have these in my pocket. And when I get cold, I'll put my hands in my pocket. And I'll be able to warm them up. Because gloves and astrophotography don't mix. They don't mix at all. But I love getting out. And actually having my observatory is perfect, because what it does, actually no, they have got lights on them. Look, can you see that little light? That, so Simon would be fine. They've got lights on them. They'd be right. Heated socks. Love it. I don't. Do you know what? I never get cold feet. I'm actually all right in that respects, but sometimes my hands do get cold. And gloves are just crap with astrophotography. But I do love going out with the DSLRs, and even if I'm just doing a time lapse or star trail, or even just some Milky Way shots, some landscape. I want to get more landscape stuff. Yeah, what I love the most about it is you're just out there under the stars, and you just can't beat it. I just love it, especially since moving to Suffolk, where the skies are truly dark. You really do appreciate it, and it's so peaceful as well. I mean, you just don't see anyone. You know, I mean, it gets a bit creepy sometimes, but it's actually cool. You pretty know you're going to be not disturbed, yeah, it's amazing. I do love it. I do love it. Got a few. We keep finding little areas that we want to try out, and Simon did a recce at Orford recently, and it looks really good. And they've got some ancient oak trees there, like hundreds of years old, so that will be really good. And I know Daryl's going to come with us. Well, dears, he's going to bed, quick. You're going to Somerset. They got lots of cider there. That'll be cool. That'll be a change for you. Midlands to Somerset. Somerset's nice. I used to know someone that lived in Taunton in Somerset. Yeah, nice area. Cool. That'll be good. I wish you luck. You have to learn how to say, "All right, my lover." I think that's what they say when they come from Somerset. Helmingham Deers. Yeah. That's Helmingham Hall is fantastic, and those oak trees are amazing. Definitely want to get back over there. We've not had any luck. Twice we've been there. Twice we've been to Helmingham. Once it was really cloudy. Second time was a bit cloudy. I'm hoping third time lucky it'll be lovely and clear. Yep. Actually, Stuart, cider is my choice. And where I live, literally a mile and a half down the road, Aspel Cider have all of their giant vats where they press the apples and make the cider. And Aspel cider is actually quite nice. I quite like it. It's nice and light and refreshing. So yeah, I'm quite lucky with that too. Although I'll be honest, I don't drink much, so I'm a bit of a teetotaler nowadays. I actually choose a cup of coffee over a pint of beer nowadays. But there you go. But yeah, I do like on a nice hot day, a nice glass of cold cider is very refreshing and really nice. Really nice indeed. Thatchers, yeah, that's nice. Mark, you're thinking of Norfolk. They say beautiful in Norfolk and Suffolk. An expat exiled to North Carolina. God, you went a long way. Welcome. Nice to see you. What is North Carolina like? I've never been there. I've been to the States a few times. I've been to Miami. I've been to New York, and I've been to Vegas. But I've never been to anywhere like North Carolina. I bet that's interesting. Be nice to see. Ah, you got the vendors in the morning, have you, Titch? You thinking of buying something? I hope you have a nice breakfast in the morning at least, and send my regards to Nikki. Hope you both enjoy the rest of your stay, and I will promise to make one of the Kellings and see you there. Take care, mate. Warm and sunny. Oh, I think we're losing that now. Summer took ages to arrive, and then has disappeared like a flick of a switch. Autumn is definitely here. So, New Mexico, Great Bottle One skies. Wow, yeah, that'd be a nice thing to do. Hard thing is getting your gear there, isn't it? Wow, yeah. Bottle One. Yeah, that'd be such a cool thing. I bet you could almost feel like you could touch the Milky Way and that darkness. Amazing. Spring in Australia. Oh, you're so lucky. Here's another place I've never been, Australia, and I would love to visit Australia. Oh, look, Corin, you've been everywhere. Aaron's from North Carolina. You used to run a remote rental site. You don't run it anymore. Then that's a shame. We could have struck up a deal. Yeah, you'll be buying something, Titch. You know you will. I don't know what you're in the market for, but you're always in the market for something. Ian does great deals. Tell him Glenn said, do me a deal. He'll sort you out. Yeah, I must admit, the idea of renting observatory in a dark site is an interesting one. I kind of feel like it would be something I'd like to try. Definitely. Astronomer's Paradise. It's a good name. Another one in North Carolina. Everyone's in North Carolina. I'm in the wrong place. I'm in Ashfield cum Thorpe. Sounds good, doesn't it? Oh, thank you ever so much, Stuart. Thanks for spending some time with us tonight, watching Andromeda grow. Take care, mate, and I'm looking forward to watching your video on that ASCAR scope. Take care. Quattro 8-inch. That's a good deal. Nice. Very nice. Yep. So you just got a bit of collimation will mostly be needed. The Quattros are quick. What are they, F4? So although, do you know what? I really don't stress about collimation. My CT10 with the reducer on it is f3.6. I don't have any problems with it. And even if you've got slight stars out, you can blur exterminate. It just fixes everything now. It was your YouTube name, Astrobloke, that got me into your channel a couple of years ago. So it was a blag. Yeah, Astrobloke. It was oh crikey. Do you want to know why that name was chosen? It was I'd done a video to help someone when I very first started YouTube, and it was on a channel that I used to do with my son, and when he was like 5, 6, and we used to just do the most daftest things. We'd be running around with water balloons and I don't know, you name it, bottle flipping, football skills, Nerf guns, you name it. Anyway, there was some really crazy videos on there, and I seriously was like a child. And I had the video was too big to share, so I stuck it on this channel to say to my mate, "Oh, look at it on there, it will help you." And next thing, I didn't think about it, I sort of popped on it, and it had like a couple of 100 views, and I was thinking, oh my god, it's on with all this other stuff. And at the time, all of my friends, we used to go on the Xbox, and we all had our name with the word bloke at the end of it. So I was Glenn Bloke, and there was a Martin Bloke and a Mark Bloke and all sorts of names. So I thought, oh, Astrobloke, and that was how it came about, and that was how the name came, and then it stuck, and yeah, it works. I like it, and that was it. And I'm glad you like it too. There you go. If I can get someone who's interested all the way from Australia, that's good news. Thank you very much. Have you been into astrophotography long? I can hear my scopes moving. I'm gonna click my screen because the camera's gone off again, and I think there's a meridian flip going on, and it's the CT10 doing a meridian flip. It's so funny on that camera. It looks quite small. It's huge. It's nearly as big as me. About 3 years ago. Cool. Well done. I call him Kim Bloke sometimes. Not when I'm in earshot, you don't. The meridian flipper's done. Look at that. Love it. Biggs on Astrobin. Right. I am definitely going to check that out. Surprisingly, I'm Astrobloke on Astrobin. I've got so many images I've never put on Astrobin, and I don't know why. I'll tell you, I run out of time, I do. There I am. Right, hang on a minute. I'm looking on Astrobin. There's Stephen Biggs. Saturn and Moons. That must be you. Oh, it's got some good images. See, there's one I have taken once but never got a good image of it, and that's Pillars of Creation. I like the colours you got on that. nice. I'm going to have a look through this. Right. So what have I got? I've got, on here it says Stefan Biggs. On here I've got a Stephen Biggs. Is that the same one, or are you Stefan? Nice. They go right overhead. I don't think I'm looking at the right one. It's not Stephen Biggs. I'm looking at two. I've put in Biggs and it's given this. There's a Stephen Biggs. We don't want a Stephen Biggs. It's not Stephen Biggs. You're that one, which is just Biggs. I've got it. Right, follow. I'm following you now. That's it now. You're in serious trouble now. So you've got GSO 6-inch and an 8-inch and 2.6. Nice, nice. Bortle 7. That's tough. That's tough. I used to image from Bortle 6, 2.7. Yeah, it's a lot harder, especially when you want to do dark nebula. It's really tough. Yeah, night, Tom. Thanks for dropping in, mate. Nice to see you. Take care. Yeah, grab the binos and do the stars. That's a good one. Yeah, I was definitely looking at the wrong one. Getting repaired. Oh dear, that's not good when Oh, you got some nice wide field pictures as well. Oh, nice Saturn. No, it's the wrong one again. It's taking me to the other one. Why does it keep doing that? Right, hang on. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm gonna get rid of that one. There we go. That's what I want. I want that one. Right, now I'm on your images. Dolphin head. That's really nice. Now that's one I've not taken, and I want to do that one. Yeah, flying business. Yeah, I bet it is. Dolphin head got top pick, so it should. Nice picture. Oh, you got some good images there. I'm going to have a good old look through these. Well done. Oh, that's nice. Square and divide the numbers. Nice. You're welcome. No, really good. It's nice to see. It's nice to see other work. I do like it. I like in the lagoon. That's a nice target. That one. That's cool. It makes me want to try and sort my Astro bin out. I've chucked some images up there, but you know. D25, got to go chat for you. Operate by these guys. Oh, thank you. Information will be really useful. I'm so new at this. No idea how I would even work out those math numbers. Yeah, well, don't worry, DP. It's like that. Come build me an observatory in Australia. Yeah. Crikey. I tell you, do you know, I've been asked by a few people to build them observatories. It's such a difficult thing. I mean, it took me 6 months to build this one. Part of it was a kit. The observatory part was all bespoke. Such hard work. And the cost is just crazy. You got a budget in mind, you try and work to it, and it just goes way above it. I mean, it's worth it. I love it. I've got real comfort. I can do my hobby. It's brilliant. Having the observatory means it can plug away at something while I'm out having fun under the stars. That's cool as well. Yeah. Good night, Mark. Yeah, that's no problem, man. Hopefully we'll meet at another camp soon. We had such a great time at Cloud Camp. It was really good fun. So yeah, it'd be nice to see you again. Or if not, maybe a show soon. We'll see you again soon. Take care, mate. I will check out their members pics page. I will do that. I'll have a look. Yeah, the image definitely is. Yeah, I do. I do use Nina, the advanced sequencer. Yeah, I think it's brilliant. I've basically made a set of templates for different kinds of imaging and saved them. So setting up targets is so easy. It's just basically a case of getting a frame and then choosing which type of imaging you're doing and then bung it on. Yeah, it definitely is. I mean, I I must admit, when I first built the observatory, I became quite lazy, where I would just remote in from my laptop, and near Nightmark, just image from there. But I've since um, recently I've made more of an effort to come out, and that's kind of why I'm doing this live stream. Really, I do like to come out and enjoy it. I mean, if I wasn't doing the live stream, I'd be outside a little bit more with the binoculars, just sort of taking it all in. So I just love it. And I'll be playing with my DSLRs as well. I haven't got them set up tonight. Yeah, I just taking a bit more into it, and I've got a smaller rig. I've got a CEM26 by Optron, which I've got at the moment the 70 EDQ on, and I'll put that out in the garden and maybe point at different areas. Before I head out, these guys build great observatories in the US. Yeah, I mean, I've seen some amazing observatories around the world. Some people have built just, well, yeah, phenomenal things. I mean, I'm very pleased with what I built. It's certainly practical. It works perfectly. It's very comfortable. It's quite cold out, but I've got underfloor heating, and yeah, so I'm warm, and it's fully insulated. So once it warms up, I don't get cold, and I can sit here in comfort. So it's all good. It's all good. I was going to say, anyone who doesn't use Nina is a fantastic piece of software. It just gets better all the time. It just gets better all the time. Oh, thank you very much. Yeah, I mean, it works perfect. It does everything I want, so I'm very happy. But lovely to meet you, and good night. Thank you. Yeah, I think once you, I mean, I must admit, when I when Nina first was kind of brought to my attention, because at the time I was using Astrophotography tool, I thought, you know, I'm not sure. And then there was a few things that I'd switched to mono, and Astrophotography tool wasn't doing an autofocus routine, and there was no option to ages to go from ABT. There was no option for mosaics, and Nina had all these things in, but it was like, oh, I don't know. And then I really missed the voice on APT. It was almost like they were out with you, you know, you had a mate with you chatting away going, image started, image complete. It was just like, it was quite nice because it just used to tell you what was going on. And I missed that in Nina. But yeah, once I transitioned across, Nina was so good. And of course, you can operate your observatory from it, so it'll keep the, you know, it'll do the roof and everything. A lot of people like ASI Air for its simplicity, but you're not going to be able to run your observatory with that. There was Sequence Generator Pro, and I did look at that, but then the cost of that, I just don't know how people justify it, because Nina for me does everything that does, and more, I think, and it doesn't cost a thing. So for a while I actually did support Stefan, isn't it? Berg of Nina. I used to subscribe and pay an amount of money to them to support it, because I did think it was a brilliant piece of software, and I used to get involved a little bit on the Discord. In fact, I used to do a bit of conversations with them, working on the roll-off roof dome ASCOM drivers and the bits that they put in there. They never fixed the one thing I didn't like, which is while the roof is moving, it says error. Doesn't say roof opening or roof closing, it just says error. It's a small point, it's not important, it doesn't stop it from working, but it was just one of those things, and they've never been able to really quite get that fixed. But very supportive, and a really good Discord with Nina, and they do great work, absolutely great work. I can't fault it, really. I do like it now that the, what they call the sort of stable release, main release, does do the roof controls, where, because originally it had to be the nightly builds, and my god, they were a little bit volatile. 1 minute it'd work, then and it was, what was it? It was like updating maybe twice a day. It was crazy. And then 1 minute it'd be working, and then it wouldn't be working, and all sorts. And then it was the beta version, but then it went on the nightly build, and that on the daily, the main, what they call the main release, and that was great. Yeah, they are awesome. Yeah, I'm not sure why people pay for it. Kevin, I totally agree with you. The ASI Air for grab and go, I think it's a fabulous bit of kit. It really is. It's compact and it works and it's simple. But one reason why I've never gone down the route of using the ASI Air and I've always used mini PCs and routers is because I've never just had ZWO products. I've had Altair cameras, and I've got a Pegasus Astro filter wheel. I've got the Pegasus power boxes, things like that. And the ASI Air won't control non-ZWO gear, so that's the only problem with it. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. Yeah, I think Daryl knows about Python scripts. I'm too old to care or learn. I should learn things like that. Yeah, I mean that is the great thing about Nina, the fact that it's got that open source part and that you can write to it and make things for it that work. And I think that's what makes it such a powerful and brilliant program. And it's fantastic that it's free. It is fantastic that it's free. It's quite a comprehensive program for free. Really is. Just needs a sexy voice to talk to you while you're imaging, and then it'd be perfect. Joe, look at the VX6. Do you reckon that's going to be doing a meridian flip in a minute? I'm going to have a look. I'm going to have a look at my Nina and see what it says. Well, it's still imaging absolutely fine. Yeah, I totally agree with you. ZWO have obviously come up with an idea that they want you in their architecture. They don't. I think they do support some DSLRs. Everyone heads up. The VX6 is doing a meridian flip on the EQ6R Pro. Andromeda is above us. That's the second meridian flip of the night. Go on, baby. I don't know. I don't know why they don't make it compatible with others. It's a decision they've made. I'm not sure it's the best one, but there you go. Health for big guy. I might catch you later. Lovely meeting, chatting with you again. Oh, thank you ever so much. Really nice to meet you too. Thank you very much for coming by and saying hello and chatting. And I'm glad you enjoyed it. I'll think about coming to build you an obsie. We'll see. Yep, Walter have said it. You've also got QHY have made one. I've seen a video by Dylan O'Donnell about it. It seems like they've made it, but you can't buy it, or there's something going on with it. But they have made one. I can't remember what it's called now. It's blue, and it's supposed to be across all makes. Yeah, the Eagle. The only thing about the Eagle, Kevin, is they're really expensive. That Prima Lucha stuff is expensive gear. Okay, that for more or less any hardware, I've just started using Stellamate Pro. Yeah, somebody else on here earlier was saying they use Stellamate. Stellamate do one. They do one, not Stellamate do one. I love that. It's like you're telling Stellamate to do one. Love it. Yeah, they do, don't they? They do an all-in-one. I think it's something that is gonna. I think ZWO have had that kind of niche for a while, and they're gonna lose that. And I wonder if others bring theirs out, are ZWO going to change their mind on what they do, or are they going to keep it just stuck in their own architecture? It's always been a bit of a controversial subject because they use open source software. I think they use the indie drivers and they use open source software, and they're not truly open source because they lock it into ZWO. So, a bit naughty really. ASI like Apple. Yeah, they are a bit. I totally agree. I mean, I went down the route of mini PCs, and when the Meles came out, they were ideal because they're not fan assisted, so they were kind of like, you know, a hot brick, which was ideal because no dew can form on them. Uh, yeah, you know, and they work brilliantly. And I've got, have I got three or have I got two? No, I've got two. I nearly said I had three. I've got a Mele PC2 and I've got a Mele PC3. And the Mele PC2 sits in there on the EQ6R Pro, and the Mele PC3 is outside with my CEM26. And both work brilliantly. I don't have any trouble with them at all. Once as long as you've got a bit of computer literacy, you've got to have that, unfortunately, so that when things aren't quite working, you know how to get into the PC and fix it. But once you've got them working, they're great. No problem at all. Okay, following the flip, the guiding is completely and utterly horrendous. In fact, I don't think it's picked up a star. So I need to stop that. I hope it's not going to ruin this picture. I'll have to remove that image if it is. No, it doesn't like that. No. I'm wondering whether or not if an image comes in really badly, whether it rejects it. Please bear with me. I've got some... Oh, right, it sorted itself out now. So the guiding error actually went up to 30 something, which was bad. Looks parked. No, it's horizontal if it's parked. It's back on and it's guiding at 0.42. So we're okay. We're back in business. What I've got to do is I've got to see whether or not it's stacking the NAF images or not. I don't think it is. Ooh, look at that. I love that. Do you know, this is one thing I really like with Newtonians is look at the colour. You get this kind of rainbow effect on the diffraction spikes. I really like that. Yeah, but that's great. I mean, the Stellamate, I know a lot of people that use that, Brian, and it works. If it works, that's it. You don't need to worry about it. It's absolutely fine. And it was funny actually because I was going to try and get a Raspberry Pi 4. I'm trying to think what I was going to use it for, but at the time it was not long after the COVID thing and everything, and then there was that massive shortage of processors, and the Raspberries, the price of them went through the roof. They were like, if you could get one, that was the thing. It was like you couldn't get one, and if you could, you couldn't afford it. It was crazy. I don't know if they're more available now and better things, but yeah, the Raspberry Pi 4. Yeah. You didn't like it? No, it's horses for courses, isn't it? At the end of the day, you know. I mean, I think one of the great things about astrophotography is I don't think it, you know, when there's not just one way of doing anything. There's so many different ways to skin a cat in this hobby, and I wouldn't say any are right or any are wrong. There's just everyone, and and I think it's nice that you got all these different ways of doing it and controlling it, because each person can find the one that they're comfortable with and that they like. And it is funny that once you find a way of doing it, like say using the Stellamate, if it all works for you, it's perfect. and then you just stick with it. If that's what you're happy with, stick with it. It's a difficult one. I've had a couple of conversations. I use for my videos when I'm editing, I use DaVinci Resolve, and I used to use Premiere Pro, but I moved to DaVinci. And I've had a couple of people, I've had a couple of companies approach me and saying, would I try their software for editing? But the thing is, you would have to relearn everything you do. And I absolutely love DaVinci. I really enjoy using it, and I'm good at using it. So I don't want to change, and I don't need to change. So, you know, and it's the same with astrophotography. If you've got something that works, stick with it, because that's all you need, really. As I say, there's no right or wrong to anything. Yep, I love Nina, and I'll sing its praises all day long, but it's not the only program out there. And it, you know, I might say it's the best. It's the best for me. It doesn't mean it's the best for everyone. Each to their own. I certainly can, Daryl. I used to be a la Trevor Jones with my hand controller, punching in the date and my coordinates, and doing a 3-star alignment and all of that. That was back in the day that I used to actually have to have a checklist to make me remember all the different things I had to do, like turn this on, turn that on, polar align, and what order to do it in. Now I don't think about it. I can just get a rig, put it together and go. But when you first start, you can't do that. It's too many things to think of. Where does this plug into? Where does that go? What do you do with that? Why is that not doing this? And but that's really a part of the hobby I loved. I loved all the problem solving. I absolutely love it. I really enjoy it. Yeah, torture, but I enjoy it. What are we thinking of Andromeda, people? Are we thinking it's doing well? It's definitely come on. I don't know that there's a great deal more data in it that's showing, or colour. It seems to have got to that point where it's not developing much more, but that doesn't mean it won't. Don't forget, this is just a basic stretch as well. It's not had any editing or anything, so there's quite a lot we can do with it. Yeah, but it's like the I sneezed, but I was able to mute the mic before I blew all your eardrums out. It's like the biggest video on YouTube, isn't it? It's how to tie a tie. I can't remember. I think it's got something like 60 million views or something crazy. That mute button's useful. God, dear, I sneezed again. I'm going to look it up. YouTube. They always say how-tos are good videos. How to tie a tie. Okay. 61 million views 12 years ago. 61 million views. And then they've got how to tie a tie, the wins are not, which you should really do because the schoolboy one is bad. This is 9 years ago and that's had 68 million views. 68 million views. And it's a 3-minute, 1-second video. Yep. Fabulous. And I've done hours of videos. Mind you, I do enjoy it. Wasn't monetized either. Dolt. Oh dear, you need monetization. That's no good, is it? Oh dear. Dear, oh dear. I bet whoever didn't monetize that must have looked back afterwards and gone, oh, I should have monetized that. Maybe they should have done, but there you go. Okay, let's see where we're at. So, 1 million views and got 7k. God, that's a good amount of money, isn't it? My wife was watching a video. So she was making something for her mum for her birthday, and it had like this kind of stitch thing in it. And it had, this woman was showing how to do a blanket stitch or something like that. And it had something ridiculous on it, like 120 million views or something crazy. She was like, even I was like, I'm doing astrophotography and getting not a lot, I'd get a lot of views, but and then you got this person sewing something and they're getting like millions of views, and you feel like going, I should have done a sewing channel. Maybe I should. I don't know. Give it a go. Knit one, pearl one. Chat rate, viewers activity. I've got all buttons here. I don't know what half of them do. Good though. Excuse me. Excuse me. I wonder if there's life in Andromeda. You know. Why not? Definitely. Yeah, you could be right, mate. You could be right. Okay. Well, Andromeda's still going. And let's just have a look at the guiding. Make sure everything's good. Okay, it's jumped up a bit. It's saying it's guiding at 1. It's following a dither. I think there might be a little bit of high cloud up there, which is okay. No, that's no good. Let's find a brighter start. There's that one. That's a good one. Finding a star with a nice sharp single peak on PhD2 is what you're after. Let's say guiding at 0.47. That's better. Okay, cool. That's all going very well. I'd say there's life everywhere. We just can't look far on that scale. No. Lie down. No, it's not very comfortable. How big are your binoculars? 10 by 45, I think the ones I had are not very powerful, so it doesn't look particularly big. And you know, I am tempted to get a. I've got an eyepiece, not a particularly brilliant one, but I've got an eyepiece. Really am tempted to stick it on my CT10 and just have a look about and see what I can see. I am tempted to do that. Yeah, it's still really clear here actually, Daryl. It's going really well. Been very lucky with the weather tonight. Like I say, poor Simon, only literally 30 minutes away and he was clouded out. So it just goes to show, um, same county, half an hour away, you can get a completely different scenario. Here, I've had a really good clear night, been very like. Yeah, I agree, Don. It is. I'm going to give it a go. M42, my phone handheld, but can't hold it still. Is M42 up now? I'm going to try. I've got an iPhone 15. It's low. How low? If it's lower than the hedge, I won't be able to see it. I can do up to 10 seconds on this phone. You should see it. Right. Right, coat on. I will be back in a sec. I'm going to see what I can capture. M42, here I come. tell you what. It's a beautiful clear night. It's not very warm out there, but it's a beautiful clear night. Okay, so M42. Did I capture it? Good question. Yeah, it's very low. I did get it. I don't think it's going to show on there. There's definitely a planet in there as well. Up high. Pleiades is in it. Got quite a bit actually. Not bad at all, really. I'm going to send you what I captured, Darryl. You'll see it better on your phone. I'm still here. Corin, you're hardcore, my man. You're hardcore. What do you think of this Andromeda? It doesn't look like it's developing any further. But what's it got? It's got about... What's it got? About 3 hours? Oh, it's not doing bad. It's not doing bad. Mind you, I've been sitting here for... No, it's got to be for nearly 5 hours. 4 or 5 hours. Yeah. It keeps adding subs, but it's not going anywhere. Getting better, just harder to see the changes out. It is. I think you're completely right, Pete. It is getting better. But as we say, as we go, the changes are very hard to spot. I think when I sit and give it an edit, I'll obviously be able to push the saturation a little bit, push the colours out, and I think it could look really nice. Yeah, I could do that now. Definitely, I could have a little quick look at the process and see what it comes out like. Might definitely be worth doing. Let me have a quick... I'm going to have a quick stack and see what we get. Bear with. Okay, first thing I've got to do, because it's on my mini PC, is I've got to move those files across. So you bear with me a second while I do that. Astrophotography. Right, we're going to need a new folder. Okay, that one there. Copy. Just transfer the files across, and then I'll quickly stack it in AstroPixel Processor, and we'll see what we've got. I need 9 likes to make 100. That'd be nice. Never know. You might have got 2 planets. I got Jupiter and Mars with a phone yesterday morning. I think there's definitely a planet in my image. Daryl can confirm it. I can't hold it very still, but there's definitely one planet there that's too large to be a star. Sorry, I'm just taking my coat off. It's quite warm in here. I don't need my coat on. Let's put it that way. I know if I can. Let me just get my my planetarium thing up, and it will tell me exactly what I was looking at. I've got Jupiter, definitely Jupiter. Mars is there. Let's see if that got in my picture or not. No, I didn't quite go across enough for Mars, but I definitely got Jupiter. So, yep, Kevin, you're completely right. Jupiter is in there. Nice. Yep. Okay, I've got my files have jumped across, so let me get AstroPixel processor up. Andromeda live, and let's we want multi-channel processing, lights. Right, we need to actually come off of that. Change the menu to Andromeda live stream, and then lights. There we go. All of them open. I've definitely got some rejects in here. So what I'll do, if I just say normalize, and then we can chuck out the rubbish subs once they've been identified. Okay, let's have a look here. Yeah, Mars. I definitely want to image Mars, actually. Mars and Saturn. I don't know why. Jupiter is an amazing target, but it's always Mars and Saturn when I see images of them that I think, oh yeah, I like them. Especially a nice one of Mars. If any, you can get a detailed surface sort of image of Mars, and you get the ice cap, the polar caps on it. I like that. I like the way it looks. Okay. I've got loads going on, and my PC's jumped up. I bet it's going, what are you asking me to do now? Oh, it's not working that hard. It's doing fine. Yeah, I bet it's harder than Jupiter. But then, you know, you always get good results when you go for hard targets, I think. It's worth it. It's worth the pursuit. Like a challenge. Oh, excuse me. Crikey. That's everyone saying I'm going to bed. You set me off. Right, what are we doing? It's registering the files. It's not doing bad. It's quite funny actually, looking on my screen I've got a small image of Andromeda and it looks really good. It looks like it's got quite a bit of colour in it, and it's looking alright. It is looking good. I think the image is starting to really sort of come out. A few artifacts on it, but that's mainly because we didn't have any. We'll have a look at this stack and see how that comes out. Computer sounds like a wind tunnel. mind you, there is 218 lights. That one's pretty poor. Let's have a look at that one. Yep, the stars are a bit out of shape on that one. So we shall delete him. Can't imagine they're much better on that one. Well, they're not that bad. Okay. Not looking bad at all. Right, integrate. We'll see how that comes out. They are. I think you're right, Brian. I think the spiral details are coming out. Yeah, I bet Saturn does look good actually for a scope. I have seen it through a zoom lens on my DSLR, and I was quite impressed when I saw all that. I was like thinking, oh wow, you know, but I really do need to do more. Yeah. There's definitely a lot more definition down here. It'll be interesting to see the stack. I'll let you know when it's finished churning. It's got my computer working hard at the moment. What's it at 20%? It's quite a lot of lights, so there's quite a bit of data there. I'll let that churn through. Won't take too long. Targets that people would like to see on a live stream. As I say, one I'd really like to do is a rhyme. I think that would be really cool. Woody, hello my man. Cloudy Canada. Oh man, I'm such a shame that Canada's like some other areas not giving you clear skies. Thank you for liking my videos. I really appreciate that, mate. That's really nice. We're trying to get my likes to 100, Woody. I'm at 92. So if you can click like, that'd be really nice. Get me to 93 at least. What's 93? Whee! Thank you. Yeah, I must admit, Corinne, I'm very lucky. I've got some lovely Bortle 4 skies. Well, they're more like Bortle 3 to 4. The one of the things I've got, which is a massive bonus, is I've got no street lights. I've got no houses to the back of me. Got no houses to the front of me. I've literally just got like 4 neighbours, and none of them have any lights on at night. So when I leave my obviously, it's about 150, 200 foot back to the house, and if I haven't got a torch, I can't see where I'm going. Especially if the moon's not up, it's pitch. So I'm very lucky. I'm very lucky to have the dark skies I've got. Very lucky indeed. and it certainly helps with imaging. One of the main things that I've found is that calibration frames aren't as necessary because I don't really have much in the way of gradients or problems like that. So it just makes things easier. And obviously certain targets like faint targets and dark nebula are easier to capture from dark sky locations. Light pollution, yeah, I mean, Bortle 9, man, my heart goes out to you. It's makes it impossible, but you know, when you get an image out, that just goes to show your dedication and how, you know, how hard you have to work for that. You know, but for you, you know, it really is, you know, when you're Bortle 9, you need mono 3nm filters, you need all the tools you can get to really sort of pull out any detail that's out there. But very challenging indeed. Say, moving from I was a Bortle 6, 7, more 7 than 6, to here. Oh, I was like, wow, you know, what have I been doing for the last few years? But the biggest learner for me was I tried the Dark Shark from Bortle 7, failed. It just wouldn't come out, and when it did, it was so poor. You was having to stretch the life out of it, and it was ruining the image. Went to Cloud Camp with the cloud magnets, Bortle 3, and Bosch. You know, it did it. I moved here for darker skies. Well, that was just a bonus for me, Woody. I can't say that's why we moved here. We actually moved here because we wanted to get into the countryside, my wife and I. We wanted a bigger garden, and we wanted to just get away from the busyness of where we lived. It was just in the last 5-10 years, a lot of the main city of London has been moving out, and it was coming to where we lived because it was only within an hour of London. And it just got so busy, you just can't move. And yeah, it just wasn't great. And we love the countryside, so that's why we moved away. And we're so glad we did. And for me, it was just like I couldn't believe my luck for my hobby. It was perfect. And yeah, we have got a lovely place. We're very happy. We're very, very happy. It'll be even nicer soon. We're getting a new bathroom next week. Been working on that all week. Lots to do, but it's all worth it. Right, as me stack going. Nearly there. We're nearly there. We are. What are we at? Oh, I think it's there. Right. Okay. Tools. We've just... What I'm going to do, I'm going to combine it. I'm just doing it in APP at the moment. RGB. Better crop it. Cancel. Alright, bear with me. I'm just quickly having a look at what we got here. I'm just looking in APP at the moment. I've just stacked it roughly. I'm just removing the light pollution. And hopefully I'll be able to show you what we got. It's not the cleanest of images. It definitely needs some calibration frames to bring out its best features. Okay, save. Okay. You definitely see a lot more. Okay. Now I can't run it through PixInsight because we're using PixInsight at the moment. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to save that as a TIFF. Let's close that. Oh, 101. That's very nut. Oh. Who's just said hungry? Don. No, don't. You're going to make me want to eat. I could recommend a good carpenter. No, Pete, honestly, I mean, I was born in South London. My God. You know, when I moved to Southend-on-Sea from South London, that seemed like the countryside, but it wasn't, and it's got busier and busier. But where I live now is just idyllic. It's so lovely. Yeah. I wish I'd moved out to the country a lot sooner, but you know, we're there now, so it's all good. But I absolutely love it. I'm completely converted. Completely converted. Okay. Okay, bear with me. I am just having a little flick through Photoshop. See if I can bring out some details, because it's a bit messy. It does need some calibration frames. Once you start stretching it, it's Storm says, well, there's no went to bed. It's pushed the core out. I didn't want it stretched, actually. I don't know how to get the... I should have really brought it out unstretched, unfortunately. I'm just going to see if I can take it down a bit and lose some of it. A lot of it. It's very brown. Clarity. Always a good one to do. Camera raw. Brings out some nice detail. Okay. So I'm left. No, he went to bed. He's been working really hard. I think he's got quite a busy weekend as well, so he couldn't stay with us. Okay, I've done a very rough stack and edit of Andromeda, of the data we've captured so far. Please don't expect too much, but I will share the image here so that it's obviously brought out a lot more of the colour. However, it could do with some calibration frames, but that is the data stacked in AstroPixel processor, and it's had a little bit of an edit. So if I let's turn that window off. So there's your Andromeda live stack at the moment, and that's with just putting it through AstroPixel processor and doing a bit of stacking. So obviously calibration frames are needed. There's none in there at the moment, and a little bit of time just editing it really. But you can see there it's captured quite a lot of detail in the core. Yeah, just needs a bit of time really for a nice edit. The star colours are nice. As I was saying, that blue was really coming out on this star here. That's quite an interesting detail there. The little sort of extra galaxy there, it's got some little detail around it. It hasn't blown that out at all. Normally you don't get the little details on that, so that's quite good. I love the star colour actually. There's some lovely star colours there. So yeah, we keep working with that. I mean, adding data to that, it can only get better really. The only filters that are being used, it's actually being taken on a mono camera, the 294mm Pro, and I'm using Antlia RGB filters. So it's just taking red, green and blue 60-second subs and just being stacked. Yeah, that's not too bad at all, really. I mean, like you say, you can see there, it needs clean up. The background's bit too messy. It's not been. I've not really. I need to really put it into PixInsight to give it a proper bit of work to it. But unfortunately, PixInsight at the moment is busy doing the live stack, so it can't do both. So it won't let me, and I can't run another instance of it, unfortunately, on here. So I tried, and it just went straight back to the one that I had. So yeah. But it's going to carry on adding the data. It'll only get better. One of the problems I had was AstroPixel processor had applied a stretch to it, and it took the stretched image out, and I had to try and dull it down a bit because it had blown the core out. I think let me just, can I get that back on? Why won't it come back on? There it is. Right, won't let it come up on the screen. I don't know why. I think if I took the raw data, which I would have normally done the FITS file, and put it straight into PixInsight and stretched it through PixInsight, I'd have had a lot more control over it, and it'd been a much cleaner looking image. So that's what I would normally do, but I can't do that at the moment, not while I'm live streaming. Okay. That's not going to pop up. Why is that not going to pop up? I'll close it and see if I can open a new one. Nope, can't do that. I'll remove that and try and do it another way. Oh, that's interesting. So if you look on my camera feed at the moment, now that little dot there, that is actually, I think you'll find that's Jupiter, because it's bright enough to show up. Ooh. I definitely want a camera in there that would be more sensitive and show the stars. I definitely want that. I'm going to have to find one that does that. I'm not sure what would be the one to get. 105 likes, that's brilliant. Thank you ever so much, everyone, for your fantastic support. It's really it's really appreciated. I've been going for 5 hours, 23 minutes. Oh my god. I think I'm going to go to bed soon. It's 1:45 in the morning. I reckon my dogs are sitting on the sofa thinking, what is he doing? He's out there playing with them telescopes again. Yeah, I do think APP definitely overcooked. Moon him in Spain, especially good with my mobile. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I think APP definitely overcooked the stretch on the Andromeda there. And I definitely need to just save it, not from that, and from PixInsight, and stretch it in there. So what I'll do is tomorrow I'll restack that and do that in the morning, and I'll share the image. I think it will look a lot more polished. Should certainly look better than it did just now. Does Luke 1 see stars? I have to ask him what one he uses. you kind of want to know what it is before you buy them. You don't want to just keep buying. It's at least good in low light. Yeah, it's the Ring one, absolutely fine. You know, connection and looking at what you want to look at and everything else. But like I say, when you see the scopes, no problem. But it won't look at the night sky. I've pointed it up a few times. You don't get any detail up there at all, which is a real shame, really, because it'd be nice if you could get that. Thank you, Charles. Thank you for coming in. Really appreciate that. Surveillance cam, yeah. I'm sure there are some that have got some great night vision. Definitely worth looking into. I've just checked in with my CT10. That's still plumbing away with the SHO on the Phantom mask, and that's looking really good. It's guiding at 0.43. Brilliant. Such a superb rig, that EQ8 with the CT10 on it. It's solid as a rock. It's great. What was I going to look up? I went on here for something and my mind's forgotten what I've gone on here for. I was going to show which is a nice thing if it shows. Here we go. I've got my all sky camera. It looks really nice. Really picking out the Milky Way in the centre there. That is Jupiter. And you've got some other planets, and I think Mars, and possibly Saturn. But yeah. Looking really cool there. Reolink Duocam. Cool. EQ8 with a peer package. Well, I'm not sure, Pete. It's definitely worth speaking to Ian or Nick there if you give them a call or contact them. I must admit, when I bought the CEM26, that was cheaper than anywhere else I could buy it. They done a great deal on it. And they have recently reduced prices on a lot of stuff. I don't know whether they're having a bit of a clear out or sorting stuff out, but I know they've dropped the price of some things quite dramatically to a nice level, which is really good. Is that the EQ8 with the 8-inch observatory pier combo? Yeah, it's a good price. The confusing thing about that is the EQ8 pier combo is cheaper than the EQ8 head. I think the reason why that's cheaper is that's the EQ8R. It's the older model. It is in the picture anyway. Looking at that, that's the older model where the motors are on the side, and the newer model yeah, it looks like that's the older EQ8 they're offering there on the pier. I think that might be why the price is less. It's certainly at the picture is showing the older model, and that could be why. They're not saying which one it is. Yeah, it does say. I'm looking at it. Just saying EQ8R. It's just saying EQ8R and Altair 8-inch observatory pier combo. I must be honest, I don't even know if you can get that anymore, that older pier. It's definitely worth asking them and seeing whether or not, because if it is the newer one, that's a great purchase. Definitely worth investigating. As I say, when I was buying the Chem 26, I spoke to them, and their price with the iPolar included was less than just the basic from a lot of others. Yeah, the pier itself is £600. I mean, their pier is lovely, really well made, solid as a rock, and finished really nicely. Proper zinc. I think they've got like a zinc treatment, and then it's powder coated. They're really nicely done. As I say, I've mine are just concrete piers that I built myself, but I do use their pier adapters because they're really nice. Yeah, definitely worth looking into. As I say, if you can get another one, you know what they're like. Is it really, Nugsy? I wonder if it's because maybe they don't. Do they not ship to you? I'm not sure. I know you can't buy anything from them this weekend because they're away until the 7th of Monday the 7th, because they're at the Kelling Star Party. I must admit, I love my EQ8. It's been such a good mount. You know, from day one, I just put it on the pier, and it's just performed brilliantly. I can't knock it at all. Well, Andromeda is definitely still improving. I think I will just leave this running and let it just keep capturing Andromeda, because it's doing a fantastic job. It really is. I just want to say thank you to everyone for coming to the live feed. It's really appreciated. I feel myself literally falling asleep at the moment. I've been here 5 hours 37 minutes, so I am thinking of retiring to bed, but I'm going to leave the link open and I'm going to leave Andromeda capturing, so if any of you want to pop in and check on its progress, you're more than welcome to. And what I'm going to do tomorrow is I will process it and share the image. I'll put it on my community page, so you can all see how it's come out. But yeah, it's been an interesting one. It's been a good night. It's been nice to get a clear night and be able to get some really nice data. And I'm really pleased my CT10 has been able to capture more of that Phantom mask. Hi Mark, from the joining us while I was processing the Clamshell Nebula 119. That's one I've not done at all. Oh, don't worry about that, Woody, at all. You can pop in any time you like and look at what there is. But yeah, you don't want to listen to me talking rubbish for too long. It'll drive you mad. Oh, good night, guys. I really do appreciate all of your support. It's been absolutely amazing. And yeah, I'll just leave this capturing Andromeda. And you can all, if you want to check in at any point, if you're just going to stay up, you can keep looking in and seeing how it's developing. And yeah, hopefully I'll get it edited nicely tomorrow and share a nice image with you. Right, I'm going to make this a bit larger if I can, and I'm gonna slope off, try and get some beauty sleep. I need it. Thanks ever so much for everyone, and take care, and of course, clear skies. Right, Camry, thank you very much. Thank you. Good night.